antigua mina de oro. Uno sabe el montón de datos que existe, además de que se forma una red mundial.
We are on schedule with calibration.
You know, the time I would send today.
Una explosión en cualquier parte del mundo, la red tiene que ser capaz de capturarla. La sismología lo que le va a decir es si es una onda típica de una explosión nuclear. El lugar se lo puede decir con más exactitud, el tipo de magnitud fue tanto, cantidad de kilotón fue de tanto, o sea, le va a decir eso. Ha habido mucho cambio de tecnología, entonces eso es uno de los objetivos del CTBTO, construir las capacidades de los países. ¿Y cómo se aprende? Con cursos.
I want to draw your attention.
Claro que nos ayuda en el trabajo de nosotros aquí. Todas las capacitaciones con programas de localización nosotros usamos para saber cuál es la amenaza que existe en el país.
We live in the global world with global issues, and global issue cannot be dealt with only a handful of countries because they traditionally deal with those technologies. And if you want an issue that's dealt with by the whole planet, you can have a forum where people sit and then a handful make decision and others follow. And the emerging countries, we need their participation. We need to educate people in this technology that lead to the verification of the CTBT.
Viéndolo en el país, uno se siente solo, pero sabe que es un grupo internacional que le está poniendo un punto final a las explosiones nucleares. Para el país es importante que se siga monitoreando y que quiere darle un fin a las explosiones nucleares. Queda uno contento que está contribuyendo para el mundo, para la paz.
Welcome to another episode on Startups. I am Tamilore Akinkunle. On this episode, we'll be talking about the automotive industry in Africa, which dates back to the 1950s and consists of the production of passenger cars and commercial trucks. Now, the African automotive market is expected to grow rapidly due to supportive government incentives and increasing urbanization in major countries in the region, which are encouraging infrastructural development in the region, thus creating a positive outlook for the market. AutoCheck is an automotive technology development company that builds solutions aimed at enhancing and enabling commerce within the automotive sector. It provides solutions that improves access to auto loans and lots more. The company has helped increase the outlook of the automotive market in Africa. Now let's see how they've helped in growing the automotive industry together.
We're also customizing in terms of our base, our application base. So when we see there's a need for a specific, we're nimble enough to actually develop a new product over about 2,000 dealers over the continent to make that relationship, make that journey for the customer a lot better. I think the base of success for us is customer service. My name is Van der Merwe. I'm the CEO of AutoCheck Financial Services.
Africa's automobile market is among the most underdeveloped in the world. Apart from South Africa, Morocco, Egypt, and Algeria, the automotive market of the continent is considerably small in comparison to elsewhere in the world. To help change the narrative of the continent's automotive industry, AutoCheck is building digital solutions that will enable a seamless and safe automotive commerce experience across Africa.
AutoCheck basically was established as a digital marketplace, bringing, partnering with dealerships, with dealerships to firstly list their vehicles, inspect their vehicles, and then be the intermediary between the customer, insurance companies, and financiers to actually enable mobility for the customer. The one thing that we wanted to achieve is to enable a mobility solution for all customers, to make the journey in terms of acquiring a vehicle comprehensive and easier. So what we've done is through our marketplace and through our partnerships with dealers, we basically inspect a vehicle, we identify if it's a good vehicle or a bad vehicle, all right? We identify all the issues that's involved in that vehicle. And as we go through the journey, we offer the customer a comprehensive transaction. So that includes tracking, it includes a maintenance plan on that specific vehicle. We include insurance. And then I think one of the competitive advantages that we're building on is to make the journey seamless and quick for the customers.
Running in about 8 African countries, AutoCheck uses technology to transform the automotive buying and selling experience for African consumers by creating a single market for consumers' automotive need, from sourcing and financing to after-sales support and warranties.
But what we've done is we've automated the process very well. We have established ourselves in 8 markets. My real aim was to get the right people in the right positions, to get the systems that would enable, a smooth customer journey, and then thirdly, to look at the process that we implement in the African environment. And I think we've accomplished in a little bit of a year, we've actually accomplished a hell of a lot. We are going to probably announce some of our funding and debt initiatives that we've embarked on a few months ago, and we've been successful in that respect. I think our penetration, our interaction with our dealer partners has gone up threefold. And the fact of the matter is we are going to assist our dealers with new products, with wholesale finance, all those kind of things to actually make this journey better.
In 2022, AutoCheck also launched its financial service, which started to provide a range of financing solutions for customers and business owners. The service partnered with car dealers and other service providers, streamlining the process where they can finance their sales of their vehicles.
As the intermediary, as our marketplace actually interacted with financiers and wanted to promote this mobility offering, we recognize that banks firstly don't understand the asset, the vehicles, and they don't necessarily trust the dealer. So the approval process took a very long time. So there was a gap in the market, gap in the offering, and that is when we decided to actually do financing ourselves. Okay, and so the financial business has been going for just about a year, and through that we've obviously we're in most of the markets that our marketplace is in, and off the back of that we finance vehicles for customers.
Partnering with over 2,000 dealers, AutoCheck not only provides a platform where customers can get the perfect vehicle, it also stands as an intermediary between vehicle owners and insurance companies, giving their customers a seamless experience.
I think that is definitely part of what we want to offer. We're also customizing in terms of our base, our application base. So when we see there's a need for a specific, we're nimble enough to actually develop a new product that suits that market. We're obviously working very closely with our dealer base, which is at this stage over about 2,000 dealers over the continent, to make that relationship, make that journey for the customer a lot better. I think the base of success for us is customer service, and to actually enable. I think through that there is a lot of opportunities. There's opportunities in making a better offering in terms of insurance, and better offering in terms of interest rates, and all those kind of things that we're building towards to make this more affordable, easier, and a better experience for all customers out there.
One of the basic challenges the company faces is the low penetration of vehicles and car density in Africa. Unlike every other continent, the African automotive market is relatively small. For a continent with over 1 billion inhabitants, it only occupies 1% of the global new vehicle sales market.
We have a few challenges in Africa. One is a very low credit penetration. As I said, banks, financiers are very reluctant to finance assets because they don't understand vehicles. And the second thing is a very low car density in the African environment. So for just some stats, for a continent with over 1 billion inhabitants, it only occupies 1% of the global new vehicle sales market. So, we are a very big continent, and we're lagging in terms of new vehicle sales. Then if you have a look at the car density, we about 44 vehicles per 1,000 adults in Africa. Now, that compared to the rest of like Europe and the rest of the world, that runs about 180 vehicles per 1,000 adults. Now, also bear in mind that some of these countries like America, Europe, have very good transport systems, where Africa is obviously, as we know, it's lacking. So in terms of that, I think our car density and our credit penetration together is not conducive to a very good market, and that's a gap that we're trying to fulfill.
Looking forward to getting established in other African countries, regardless of their different operational rules, AutoCheck looks forward to harnessing the largely untapped potential in the automotive sector to be a final frontier for automotive growth.
We've established ourselves in 8 countries. That is obviously, it's Egypt, Morocco, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, and Uganda. What we wanted to do is stabilize those countries, okay, and through the main hubs or the main centers, which is around the economic hub. As we build out our offering, we would obviously go into the broader market in those countries and build out our customer base through that. Right now, we have a very diverse and obviously big customer base. I think, as I said, we partner with over 2,000. We've got a footprint of over 2,000 dealers that we deal with, and we list a substantial number of those dealers' vehicles on our marketplace. So, from a customer point of view, I think there's obviously the potential in Africa is almost unlimited at this stage, because there's no real solution other than the one that we offer.
With the global value chain already undergoing a shift, AutoCheck not only makes mobility seamless for Africans, but also helps to increase the economic growth and value of the African continent. Welcome back. For those just joining us in this episode, we are focusing on the automotive industry in Africa. Now, even though there is no accurate data on the number of tricycles in Nigeria, some estimates put the number at over 1 million. And almost all of them are used for commercial purposes to convey passengers from one point to another, and sometimes they are used to convey goods from one point to another. Now, generally, these tricycles run on petrol, but a Nigerian man looks forward to making the mode of transportation electrical. Let's see how far he has gone in his feats.
The difference between this and the regular one is the regular one uses gasoline. That's one. Then secondly, the regular one costs more to operate, because on the average a user, a driver who drives a tricycle, for instance, spends about 2,000 naira every day on fueling, which is equivalent with the same day, that is equivalent to if the driver was using our electric version, he will spend 800 naira instead, which is at over 60% cut in the cost. What Innoson is doing is something great, and that's something that we should encourage more people to come into. My name is Chukwemeka Eze, and I'm a co-founder of Revive Earth Limited.
Tricycles are simply ubiquitous in the country. There is hardly any part of Nigeria where you don't find tricycles, because it has become an important and integral mode of transport in Africa's largest economy. Now, these tricycles run on petrol, but one young Nigerian engineering graduate is on a mission to convert petrol-driven tricycles in the country into electric-powered ones, thereby cutting out the emission from tricycles in the country and at the same time save owners and drivers from spending on petrol.
It has been a dream, a vision to be part of the energy industry. And then the entire vision came with who I've always been from childhood. I've always been enthusiastic about how stuff works. I always wanted to get hands-on, like to play a role, and like having that feeling of a creator. The Revive Earth Limited is a startup, an e-mobility startup that is based in Enugu, Nigeria. And we're focused on making vehicles that are running on gasoline to run on electricity, on pure electricity. And we are doing this with existing vehicles. So we take existing vehicles and we convert them to electric. Existing vehicles are powered by gasoline. And then we have also come up with a kit that can be used to do this. And we are training people already on these skills, so that we can have these agents scattered everywhere who are helping us with this retrofitting instead of building factories everywhere.
Learning online and seeing the innovation from the existing electric vehicle organizations, coupled with the depreciating rate in the petrol reserve in Nigeria and the unannounced opportunities in the country, Chukwemeka saw the future wave in electric vehicles and ventured into it.
Most of the activities in school were not hands-on. They were like mostly theoretical. Even when we go to lab, we were given scores, we were given values to go and plot graph and stuff like that. It didn't involve holistic research, and I didn't know what holistic research was. My heart was yearning for it. So, and I was doing it without even knowing what it was. So I would engage in projects, build circuits that just to feel it, see it work, and have the feeling, that good feeling that I've been able to create something. I always wanted to create things. So right from my third year, it was my second year that I got my own computer. Then I started digging deeper and deeper and deeper through the internet, YouTube, blogs, and all of those things. I started seeing the works of Tesla, the works of all these automobile companies in America, in the whole of Europe. And I was fascinated by the electric vehicles. Then the electric vehicles were already ubiquitous. Tesla was doing a great deal of work, and I saw their work as some serious innovation, something that would be the new world, the new way of transportation. And I quickly saw that there's a future of transportation in it, in the sense that it will be easier to build a robot car that is run on electricity than the one that runs on gasoline.
Seeing himself as a key player in the industry by bringing people out of poverty, Chukwuemeka started by building a power automation tool that helps to optimize the energy consumption of solar systems.
Where I started was to build power automation tools that just help to optimize the energy consumption of solar systems or even regular electricity systems. So that if a consumer were to plug these systems to their houses, they will not have much difficulty in switching from one source to another. And considering that there will be many sources, so that if I wanted to switch from solar to NEPA, I'll do it when I need to do it, when I know that I'm maximizing either of the two. So if there is big sunlight, I'll switch to solar.
Before conversion of each tricycle, Chukwuemeka and his team ensures that the tricycles are in good working condition to guarantee that the new components added to the new model are fit for people who make use of it.
Inside there, they make ready every kit. There are some components that we need, not just the electric motor or the battery. There's the controller that I told you already is like an inverter. It's essentially an inverter. So all the testing that connects these components to the electric motor, that connects the battery to the electric motor using these components, they are all tested here inside before they are brought out. So before a vehicle is ready to be worked on, we assess everything. We assess the state of we lose the engine entirely, take it apart and study everything and be sure that the integrity of the components are still intact. If there's any component we need to move out of the engine, we'll move it. Even if those ones are not necessarily the ones that we'll remove entirely. There might be some parts that are weak already, like some gears that have eaten up, their teeth have eaten up, or the fiber may not be very effective anymore. So we replace all of those components on the engine and wash it well, clean it, and sometimes we repaint it as well. And then as well the vehicle body, because it has been exposed and used for a long time, we also clean up the engine, the entire vehicle, and then make it ready for some fabrication, because there are some fabrication work, some welding, cutting, drilling that goes on inside it before we bring the kit out. So all those like where the battery will sit and where the controller will sit, how the electric motor will couple to the new transmission that we're going to produce after the cleaning, all those things are arranged on the vehicle. The major components in the new system is both the electric motor and the battery. The battery being the power source now, and the electric motor being the engine. So everything that is attached to it is what helps to take the power from the battery in the way it needs to the electric motor, and to ensure that there is adequate control. If I want to speed up, I'm able to do that. If I want to reverse, I'm able to do that. If I want to brake, I'm able to do that, and all of those things. So what we take out essentially is everything that has to do with the combustion system, like the piston and everything that is attached with it, and then all those timing systems to make sure that to connect the ignition That's the spark plug system to time it with the engine, the piston rotation, and so on. All of those things are removed.
For electric cars to work in any country, then electricity has to be readily available. Unfortunately, Nigeria can't boast of having a constant supply of electricity. In Nigeria, almost 80% of those with access to electricity power gets less than 12 hours a day, and about 47% of the population don't even have access to power at all. And this challenge has made Revive Earth Limited to come up with an electricity charging infrastructure that is not dependent on the current electricity generation in Nigeria.
We've come up with a system now that is not going to be so heavily dependent on the present generated electricity for the country as a whole. We're looking at going into solar and all those other combined renewable energy sources that we can harness and use it to charge, to power the charging stations. We call our charging stations, instead of having large charging stations where you have like multiple stands inside one, we have a simpler version where we can have it distributed across a large area. So instead of having 10 in the place, we have that 10 along at strategic places along a route, or maybe at different routes, and we call it the swapping booth. So these swapping booths will now hold batteries, charged batteries, or they are able to just, if you want, you could just slide in your batteries there and they'll charge, and then afterwards you can take them out from there and continue your business. Or you can come there whenever your battery depletes, and then when you match your battery ID to the battery there on the booth, you're able to take a charged battery and then put your own there, because your own would have been ascertained to match the exact specification of the one in the booth.
Funding the boat, which he plans to put in strategic areas, seems to be a difficult task for Revive Health, and has streamlined their process of production, which involves not getting sophisticated machines for production. According to Chukwuemeka, getting investors would mean getting people who have visions.
The greatest challenge so far has been funding, because most times when you tell people the possibilities here, especially people who tend to see the business aspect, what they really see is the challenge with charging. That we're not able to, we don't even have electricity. Nigeria is only able to generate very low quantity commensurate with the large demand that is currently available, and most of which are domestic demand. So then where we see the limitation now in the project is in the funding for the charging infrastructure. So the challenge now is to actually get funding to set up these booths at strategic places. And then this is going to require individuals as well who have vision in that area. We've been able to talk with some people in that aspect, but then we've not sealed any deal yet. But that funding aspect is the major challenge, because it also affects our processes. Even though we have been able to streamline some of our processes, we're still not able to get sophisticated machines that allow us to cut production time.
Chukwuemeka's invention has made maintenance of tricycle cost-effective, as they have low maintenance and give zero emission. Chukwuemeka therefore pleads with the government to encourage creative young people like him to push the economy to a better place.
The difference between this and the regular one is the regular one uses gasoline. That's one. Then secondly, the regular one costs more to operate, because on the average, a driver who drives a tricycle, for instance, spends about 2,000 naira every day on fueling, which is equivalent with the same day, that is equivalent to if the driver was using our electric version, he will spend 800 naira instead, which is over 60% cut in the cost. What Innoson is doing is something great, and that's something that we should encourage more people to come into. As a government, we could encourage young people to come into this by supporting them, if not even giving them money, but making sure that the necessary policies and regulations are put in place.
While young people are equipping themselves with skills beyond the classroom and getting exposed to new and different career paths, this presents their efforts in transforming Africa. And that's all we can take on this episode on startups. Thank you for watching. I am Tamilore Akinkolye. Bye for now.
La estación de Junta está un poco alejada de la ciudad y se ubica en una antigua mina de oro. Uno sabe el montón de datos que existe, además de que se forma una red mundial.
We are on schedule with calibration.
You know, the time I will send today.
Una explosión en cualquier parte del mundo, la red tiene que ser capaz de capturarla. La sismología lo que le va a decir es si es una onda típica de una explosión nuclear. El lugar se lo puede decir con más exactitud, el tipo de magnitud fue tanto, cantidad de kilotón fue de tanto, o sea, le va a decir eso. Ha habido mucho cambio de tecnología, entonces eso es uno de los objetivos del CTBTO, construir las capacidades de los países. ¿Y cómo se aprende? Con cursos.
I want to draw your attention.
Y claro que nos ayuda en el trabajo de nosotros aquí. Todas las capacitaciones con programas de localización nosotros usamos para saber cuál es la amenaza que existe en el país.
We live in the global world with global issues, and global issue cannot be dealt with only a handful of countries because they traditionally deal with those technologies. And if you want an issue that's dealt with by the whole planet, you can have a forum where people sit and then a handful make decision and others follow.
That's what diplomacy can be.
And the emerging countries, we need their participation. We need to educate people in this technology that lead to the verification of the CTBT.
Viéndolo en el país, uno se siente solo, pero sabe que es un grupo internacional que le está poniendo un punto final a las explosiones nucleares. Para el país es importante que se siga monitoreando y que quiere darle un fin a las explosiones nucleares. Queda uno contento que está contribuyendo para el mundo, para la paz.
Nigeria will be impartially governed according to the rule of law. We shall defend the nation from terror. We shall remodel our economy. The first subsidy is gone. The central bank must work towards a unified exchange rate.
It's been 2 years now since President Bola Ahmed Tinubu made those solemn, far-reaching pledges when he was sworn in as the 16th President of Nigeria on May 29, 2023. Halfway through his 4-year term of office, President Tinubu is taking some of the boldest and toughest decisions that are now placing Nigeria on the sure path of genuine growth and progress.
I speak as a member of the Presidential Economic Coordinating Council, and I speak as someone who, from time to time, is opportuned to have some conversations with Mr. President. His ruthless commitment and desire to see a transformed Nigeria is unrivaled.
I've known Mr. President now for almost 32, 33 years. He's somebody who likes to take bold step and bold move, and he's a visionary leader. These structural reforms which Mr. President did, really, you must give him credit. Even his own enemy will give him a credit, because removing total subsidy, making it an open market, for Nigerians to be buying at the market rates, and also doing the exchange rate on top of that. On top of that exchange rate, also doing the removal of subsidy to some of us in the high class in terms of electricity consumption, because 241% increase wasn't really a small thing. But all this have actually been absorbed by people without burning tires, without this, so it was actually accepted. And this has actually reduced the drain on government's resources. But on this one, really, I think Mr. President has actually done extremely very, very, very well. Because these were things that I thought they won't happen in our lifetime, but here we are.
Nigeria's economy was severely challenged when President Tinubu assumed office in May 2023. Revenue had fallen, with debt servicing taking about 90% of government receipts. Oil production had also fallen to a worrying level. The government had a mounting of foreign exchange obligations to deal with. And there were fuel subsidy obligations running into trillions of naira.
Nigeria's economy was on a cliff and in an intensive unit. And we weren't sure how soon it will fall. But when he came in, within a year, Nigeria moved out of the intensive unit, moved away from that cliff, and is now in a recovery position.
The economy was practically on the brink. Our external reserve position, particularly the net external reserves, were so bad that it was so difficult for us to fund our foreign transactions. It was so bad that the letters of credit issued by Nigerian banks in most cases were not honored by our correspondent banks abroad. So that created a major crisis in our external position. Then we had a major crisis with our petroleum downstream sector. We were spending anywhere between 10 billion to 15 billion US dollars importing petroleum products. So that created a major fiscal crisis. And as a result of that, we had a regime of massive printing of currency. At the inception of this administration, I think there was currency printing liability was about 23 trillion naira that was inherited by this administration. And that had very serious implications for our macroeconomic environment, for inflation, for deficit. And to make matters worse, the printing of money was done in a manner that was completely not transparent. So it was a very, very bad situation that required urgent resetting of the economy.
2 years on, and with bold and sometimes difficult economic policies, the economy is beginning to turn the corner. Government revenues have dramatically increased, just as revenue to debt service has also come down to around 68%. States and local governments now get more allocations than ever.
Thus, I've been able to push out economic growth that was the highest rate that Nigeria has seen in 10 years with what we did in 2024. And alongside that growth, we have seen other great indications, reserves of close to $40 billion unencumbered reserve has grown by about $20 billion, which is from 3.99 to 23 billion dollars. Nigeria was able to pay its IMF debt, the one that was procured during COVID, $3.4 billion fully paid, leaving some items of interest rates and special drawing rights to be addressed. Even we have also paid down Eurobonds and of about $2 billion of Eurobonds that we paid in 2024. And the states in 2024 alone in 2024, the states paid down 32% of their total global loans.
Now I can tell you that as a member of the National Economic Council, for the past 9 months, NNPC has not brought any money to Federation account. We largely depend now on Federal Inland Revenue and Nigerian Customs and non-oil revenue as our major source of funds for Federation allocation and fiscal mobilization.
The courage that has been displayed by Mr. President is quite unusual in this part. The hard decisions that we've spoken about for God knows when, he's been able to confront those twin problems. First, with regards to fuel subsidy, gulping about $10 billion every year. So he came in day one, faced that head on, and then the issue of devaluation of the currency and floating it, ensuring that there's transparency and confidence built in the last few months.
Stability is fast returning to the foreign exchange market, and the country has just recorded a balance of payment surplus of $6.83 billion for the financial year 2024.
I would say that we are entering what you can call a stabilization phase of the economy. The kind of volatility that we experienced in the second half of 2023 up until the second half of 2024, those volatilities are beginning to fizzle out. From the second half of 2024 up until now, we have witnessed a kind of normalization, especially in the macroeconomic environment.
Our Fitch ratings are up. The reforms in NNPC, the signing of the new Investment and Securities Act, several important pivotal reforms that globally and domestically, everyone can attest to the inflection point that is the Nigerian economy this year. Portfolio investment is up, FDI is also up. You know, we've been tracking his investment announcements from his presidential trips, over 30 of them, as at December 2024 was $50.8 billion. Our job is to make sure that those announcements translate into bankable investments that we see through. And so those discussions and dialogues have continued to be ongoing.
The revenue of government has gone up 60% in 2024 compared to the previous year. And that's the federal level. At the state level, the revenues to the states has doubled. So these are signs of the improvements in the government revenues as a result of the bold and courageous changes that were made that you have mentioned.
The measures we have taken so far in terms of orthodox monetary policies, we can see have begun to yield fruit. They have begun to yield fruit. We can see that accretion to reserves have been consistent. And at one point in time, may I remind everybody that we achieved the highest level of reserves in the past 3 years at one point in time. We've also continued to see inflation gradually beginning to decelerate. We can see that there's greater confidence in our markets.
What has happened under the solid mineral sector in the past 2 years is unprecedented as a result of the deep-rooted reforms of the Tinubu administration. Virtually all the metrics in the sector have changed. Investments are pouring in. At the last count, the government has attracted over $800 million in new investments to the sector. Among the new investments is a $600 million lithium plant in Kaduna State and another $200 million refinery near Abuja. and 2 additional processing plants in Nasarawa State.
We have a policy of local value addition, which is also part of our 7-point agenda. And the idea is that for so long as we could remember, even before we were born, our minerals have been adjudged raw materials, and they've been extracted and exported to service the industries of developed societies. And so under the President Tinubu's Renewed Hope agenda, we say no more. Now, we do not approve licenses from applicants who do not show us concrete plans of local value addition, which means you must process locally.
Revenue to the sector has also quadrupled in just the last 1 year. In 2024, the sector generated over 35 billion naira, up from 6 billion in 2023. And this is despite receiving only 18% of its 29 billion naira budget.
We created the mining marshals, which has become very popular and very, very effective in Nigeria. Now, in the last 1 year, because the mining marshal celebrated 1 year of its establishment a few weeks ago, and I reeled out these very positive and remarkable statistics. They've arrested over 300 illegal miners in 1 year of its operation. Over almost 150 are undergoing prosecution across the states in the country. And we've secured over 9 convictions, including foreigners involved in this nefarious activity. And this has really helped us to send a strong message and signal to the operators in this sector that it's no longer business as usual.
Some of the tough but necessary economic reforms of the government have not come without some difficulties for Nigerians. But the government has responded positively to ameliorate the situation. It's increased the minimum wage to 70,000 naira. It's also established the Consumer Credit Corporation with a provision of over 200 billion naira to make consumer credit more accessible.
Hitherto, Nigerians, especially the working class, find it extremely difficult to get money to buy cars, to build houses, to buy even household appliances. The President Bola Ahmed Tinubu thought there shouldn't be any reason why an average worker in Nigeria should worry himself because he wants to get some essentials of life. And so Credit Corp was established, and it's gladdening to note that it has done so well. So many Nigerians have been able to access that.
Another strategy to ease some of the fallouts of the economic reforms is a presidential CNG initiative launched by President Tinubu in October 2023 to facilitate the adoption of natural gas, a cheaper alternative fuel following the removal of petrol subsidy. Since its official rollout in May 2024, thousands of Nigerians and even government agencies have embraced the program, making the switch to CNG.
We've attracted $491 million of investment to auto CNG, which has created 9,000 direct jobs and 75,000 indirect ones. To this end, the Nigerian conversion capacity of vehicles from pure petrol and diesel to turn them to biofuel vehicles was also raised by almost 3,000%, with more than 200 new conversion centers established in this past year.
In addition to the CNG program, the government has rolled out and supported several other initiatives to cushion the impact of its reforms. There is the Presidential Conditional Grant Scheme, which provides cash grants to micro and small businesses. So far, over 700,000 nano businesses have received 50,000 naira each, while micro and small businesses have received $1 million naira each from the scheme.
The citizens have made a lot of sacrifice in the reform process. So there should be a way to ensure that the benefits of the reform trickle down better to the ordinary citizens. In other words, we need to democratize the benefits of the reform, because the citizens are still worried about the cost of living, especially the cost of basic things like food, the cost of transportation, the cost of health care, the cost of education. Those things are still big issues. So going forward, we want to see more impact, more efforts, deliberate efforts to ensure that the cost of living is reduced, so that we can make the whole reform process a lot more inclusive.
Determined to ensure every Nigerian who desires tertiary education is not in any way hindered by funds, the government launched one of the most consequential education initiatives in the history of the country. The Nigeria Education Loan Fund, NELFund for short, provides interest-free loans to students in tertiary institutions who desire the loan to enable them pay their fees and for upkeep. Beneficiaries of the interest-free loan are only expected to start paying back 2 years after they secured jobs upon graduation. The government has made available over 200 billion naira for the takeoff of the initiative.
This scheme was designed and introduced by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, whose vision it is to ensure that everybody has access to education at tertiary level, and those who are coming up to tertiary level have the hope that they can rise to the highest heights without having to worry about funds. So we've disbursed in institutional fees somewhere in the region of 30 billion naira. For the upkeep, we've disbursed 24 billion naira. So we have disbursed a total of 54 billion naira, and by our numbers, 293,000, so just short of 300,000 students have directly benefited, have directly received or should have received value from our disbursement.
The initiative is helping many young Nigerians achieve their dream of getting tertiary education, as funding is now no longer a barrier.
Today, no child can be denied access to higher education because he comes from a poor family. He wasn't born to wealth and privilege. Some countries in Africa have visited Nigeria to learn the mechanics of this program. It's a landmark program.
The passage of the Petroleum Industry Bill in 2021 set the stage for a revolution in Nigeria's oil and gas industry. That revolution is now beginning to happen under the watch of President Bola Tinubu.
Before this government came, and it's very fundamental, there were a lot of, companies that were divesting. And as they were divesting, the investments were frustrated. But when this government came, we went around the world campaigning that come and invest in Nigeria. And the question was asked, the companies in Nigeria couldn't divest, so how can I bring my money to invest? If tomorrow I want to divest, how do I divest? And we told them that, look, this is the new government with a new direction. And so we have been able to successfully, allow the divestments. So the president, graciously approved of the divestments. And today, Nigeria's story has changed. And Nigeria is a country that you can bring your capex to invest and also divest at will.
For someone who has this experience, to see today an administration that allowed the Seplat Exxon transaction to go through successfully, I commend it. It's not me, Tony Miller or Holdings Group buying it. It's others, but I commend it. Those are the signaling effect people want to see, investors want to see, that brings them to invest in the country. And by the way, not just investors come to invest, financiers, because we need capital. Those who will release that capital want to make sure that where the capital is going to is conducive. So when you approve Seplat Exxon transaction that has been on the table since life started, it is telling, a signal. You don't need any CNN advertisement.
Investors are now showing renewed interest in Nigeria's oil and gas sector. In December 2023, French energy giant Total Energies committed to invest $6 billion in the country's oil and gas industry. Other IOCs like Shell and ExxonMobil have also demonstrated similar commitments in the region of $13 billion.
There are investments that have run into tens of billions of dollars. There is also another investment that is coming that is about $20 billion, but it's good for it to come. And it is announced, when it is right. But we are very close. I believe that within a very short period, that announcement will be made.
The country's refineries are now coming back on stream. Together with the privately owned Dangote refinery and other modular refineries, they've helped to cut Nigeria's petrol import by around 50%. It's now only a matter of time before the country completely ends petrol import and safeguards foreign exchange.
Within no short period of time, we will have 1.2 million barrels of refining capacity. What that does is, of course, it makes us self-sufficient in petroleum products. It gives us the ability to export petroleum products efficiently, formally, legally, and profitably. But more important than that, along with that refining capacity comes the production of industrial raw materials from the adjoining and complementary petrochemical complexes.
Oil theft and other constraints still remain threats to the country's crude oil production target of at least 2.1 million barrels per day in 2025. But the government is not giving up on its projection.
Oil theft, was a major challenge as we came, but, with the collaboration of security agencies together with civilian contractors, we've been able to, reduce the oil theft. And that is why you see the increments that we've made, over the last 2 years. But we will continue to improve on what we have been able to achieve.
On security, I speak as a significant investor in the oil and gas sector in Nigeria. Our group, as Energies, we are the third biggest producer of oil in Nigeria today. We produce over 50,000 barrels of oil on a daily basis. In December 2021, I tweeted and I cried out because we will produce, and what we'll get at the end, when we put in the pipeline, we'll get 3% of total production. And so we cried out and we shut down. We said it's totally unsustainable. We are working for thieves on the country. And that is a manifestation of insecurity. Now, fast forward to December 2024. Our recovery is 100%. What you put in the pipeline, you get at the other end. That's totally impressive.
At inception, the Bola Tinubu administration had inherited a total of 2,604 projects in the Ministry of Works from the previous administration, totaling 13 trillion naira. The figure would rise to 19 trillion naira following the removal of petrol subsidy and floating of the naira.
So the president, in fact, and of course the Federal Executive Council, directed that we should do prioritization. So out of these 2,604, we selected about 404 projects, major projects, review them, and they are all ongoing. And then the new projects of Mr. President under this administration is about 65. And of course, this 65, excludes the 4 legacy projects of Mr. President.
The 4 legacy projects are ambitious, gigantic, and transformative road projects. They are unprecedented in the history of the country and link the entire nation. And this is one of them. The 750-kilometer Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, which will run from Victoria Island in Lagos, southwest Nigeria, to Calabar in Cross River State in the south of the country. Work has since begun on the project, and its first phase, which is approximately 30 kilometers, will be commissioned in May.
Incidentally, it has 2 spurs. The first spur is, it was supposed to be Sokoto, Badagry, Sokoto, as, envisaged by the Shagari administration, about 45 years back. But the president, changed it to Sokoto, Badagry. 1,068 kilometers. Intention is that the Sokoto Badagry should start from Sokoto and Kebbi. And as we talk today, we have 258 kilometers by 1 carriageway going on at, Kebbi section. And we have 120 kilometers, going on in, Sokoto section. We are about to procure the second carriageway of 258 in Kebbi and the 120 in Sokoto. But this is a spur. of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. So, but the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, 750 kilometers of route, of course, it runs through, Lagos, to Ogun, to Ondo, to Edo Delta, Bayelsa, Port Harcourt, Akwa Ibom, and the ending at Cross River. And when it ends at Cross River, the axis of Cross River now starts from there to the third legacy project of Mr. President, which is the Trans-Sahara, route, which is 462 kilometers. And it connects from the, Calabar end, going through Calabar to Ebonyi, to Enugu, to Benue, to Kogi, to Nasarawa, and ends in Abuja. And then it connects the fourth legacy project of Mr. President, which is 482 kilometers, which, starts from, Akwanga. If you look at the just concluded project of, Kefi to Makurdi, which is been told now, then from that Akwanga section, it gets to Jos. And from Jos, it gets to Bauchi, it gets to Gombe. So the entire four legacy project of Mr. President, if you look at the loop, it's all connecting the six geopolitical zone.
While work is ongoing with the legacy projects, inherited major projects are also receiving equal attention. Among them is a 700-kilometer Abuja-Kaduna-Kano highway.
I think Nigeria never had it, this good. And I want to say, with all sense of responsibility, that before now, past government has been building roads. But today, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is constructing roads. Because we are constructing roads that will last from 50 to 100 years. And the problem we've had in our road construction has been, poor design, poor construction, poor method of construction, and then lack of commitment on the side of all partners, getting things done. But it is no longer business as usual.
Across the 6 geopolitical zones, road projects are currently going on, overseen by a minister who's not only a core professional, but also passionate about executing the president's ambitious works projects.
There is no money anyway. The ones that we have, the president is judiciously using it very well. And I'm happy with his engagement in this legacy project because foreign money is coming in at as low as 2.5%, So this legacy project has 30%, Naira funding, and then 70%, loan component. When a nation borrows to do infrastructure, that is the right borrowing. And I tell you something, these legacy projects are not just road projects, they're investment. By December, we would have finished section 1 of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. Apart from the inherent benefits, we're also going to recover our money, return on investment under 10 years. We're going to be tolling it, So when we borrow to invest, when we recover the money we borrowed, we'll be able to pay back, and we also, it becomes also part of the, the wealth of the nation.
Issue of transportation, especially with the removal of subsidy, we must look at a cheaper way of transportation, and the railway system is the very cheap system of transportation. And he continued with what the previous government started, the railway system from Lagos to Ibadan, from Ibadan to Kaduna, from Kaduna to Kano, Kano to Daura, Daura to Katsina, Katsina to Maradi, Maradi to Jibia in Niger Republic. That project has continued. Work is going on now, and the AKK, Ajakuta, Kaduna, Kano gas pipeline, which is absolutely necessary for the industrial development, especially in those industrial cities like Kaduna, Kano. You see, that work is going on.
To address the housing challenge confronting the country, President Bola Tinubu, on assuming office, launched the Renewed Hope City and Estate Housing Initiative with a plan to build 100,000 housing units over a period of 3 years. That plan is now fully on course. Thousands of homes are currently being built across different states. The first set of houses will soon be handed over to successful applicants. Nigeria's perennial electricity challenge has for long defied every solution thrown at it. But after initiating some drastic reforms like the signing of the Electricity Act Amendment Bill 2024 and making huge investments, the government is gradually turning things around.
On 2nd of March 2025, Nigeria reached a remarkable generation available capacity of 6,003 megawatts, marking the first time this level had been recorded in the country's history. That is not enough. This achievement was followed by a peak generation evacuation of 5,801.44 megawatts on 4th of March 2025, which also saw an impressive daily energy output, the highest ever, 128,370.75 mega hours per day on that very day. We've always been in 118, 119,000 megawatts on a daily basis, but we achieved 128. That is the highest energy ever consumed in a day since power sector came to being in Nigeria, and we are proud to achieve this.
It took the country about 40 years to attain 4,000 megawatts of power, but with its reforms, this government has been able to add 1,700 megawatts to attain a peak generation of 5,800 megawatts in less than 2 years.
Now that we have created the trajectory, if we sustain this trajectory, I can assure you that before the end of this administration in 2027, the first 10 of this administration, 2027, we should be able to generate and distribute nothing less than 8,000 megawatts of power.
Investments are now coming into the electricity sector as a result of the reforms by the government. Many states now regulate their own electricity market. The government is also investing heavily on renewable energy to power communities across the country that are not connected to the national grid through the Rural Electrification Agency. While the electricity sector still faces a number of challenges, the reform in the sector is no doubt changing the narrative one step at a time. In the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, an infrastructure revolution is going on. The Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, and his team are bringing the president's ambitious aspirations for the capital to reality, one project at a time. In just 2 years, the number of projects executed and completed is mind-blowing, and they run across the entire FCT, covering both the city centers and satellite areas where many of the residents and indigenous people live.
The leadership Mr. President has shown is what has encouraged us to take bold decisions to say, look, we can't continue to be business as usual. We must do things in different ways. But before that, it was difficult because that leadership was not provided. And you don't want to go and take a decision where you're embarrassed by appointment. Nobody does that. So now we have seen that we have a leadership that's focused and said, it wants results. It does not want excuses. It does not want, oh, you see, people did it. No. He has confidence in you. He believes you have what it takes to support him, to achieve what he has promised Nigerians. So what is all this excuses that this happened, that didn't happen? So all we are doing is to continue for what we stopped last year. Last year, it took us about 12 days, 13 days of commission of projects. This year alone, it's taking us 19 good days of projects that will touch on the lives of the people, those who reside in the city and those who reside in the satellite center. It has never happened.
The projects are fast changing the face of Abuja. New bus terminals have sprung up in the city. New roads and bridges have been built, and more are still under construction. Satellite towns are now being opened up as genuine development is reaching underserved communities in the FCT. One of the key sectors President Tinubu prioritized on coming into office is the health sector. It's partly what informed his decision to poach Professor Mohamed Pate from the Global Vaccine Alliance Gavi and appointed him Nigeria's coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare. Almost 2 years on, and with the introduction of several reforms by the administration, Nigeria's once broken health system is now being fixed.
The investment that we have had in 2024 and here now in 2025 being planned for infrastructural upgrades. This country has never seen something like that. Let me give you an example. Cancer. which is a major issue that is emerging in our society. President approved for 6 major cancer infrastructural upgrades and equipment upgrades in 2024 in February. World-class radiodiagnostic centers in collaboration with NSIA, for instance. There are 10 major radiodiagnostic centers that are being constructed right now. The subsidy that the federal government provided for dialysis, for instance, for kidney patients. Federal government bought 10,000 dialysis commodities through centers all across the geopolitical zones of Nigeria to make it cheaper for patients that are dialysis dependent, and accelerated renal transplant centers. Sokoto had its first renal kidney transplant. Now Ife is coming along. There are others that are looking at that. We're now beginning to think of liver transplant, open heart surgery. There are many of those infrastructural upgrades. So the kinds of things that you are hearing from abroad, or you have to go to Egypt or somewhere else to get them, are beginning to be feasible here. My goodness, orthopedics, a major cause of people traveling abroad. My own father had a domestic accident, had a major fracture in his mid-80s, but he was fixed within a week in a public hospital in this country, and within 4 weeks he was already standing.
Anchored in the Nigeria Health Sector Renewal Investment Initiative, the reform in the health sector is fast transforming the country's health infrastructure, attracting over $3 billion in grants and investments. The government is investing massively to turn around the country's primary healthcare system. Existing primary healthcare centers are being upgraded. Over 8,000 new ones are now being built across the country.
So we set out to expand the primary healthcare system, to make it functional at level 2, to improve the level of functionality. So we embarked on increasing the functionality of 8,800 primary healthcare centers, and over time expanding them to 17,000 that are functional, so that Nigerians will have the retail points working between federal government, states, local governments, private sector, development partners to roll that going forward, to revitalize the basic healthcare provision fund. And in the last 2 years, we have had 6 out of the 11 ministerial oversight convenings of the basic healthcare provision fund that disburse resources to all the 36 states, to those thousands of primary healthcare centers that are called BHCPF facilities all across Nigeria, that receive on a quarterly basis disbursements for their fuel, for their running costs, for stipend for their health workers, for buying drugs and commodities for the patient that they see on the supply side. And with that, we're seeing of today 20 million contacts every quarter.
Beyond health infrastructure, the Tinubu administration is making healthcare easily accessible for all Nigerians. Today, pregnant women who require cesarean section can access the service for free at federal health facilities. Kidney patients can now get up to 80% subsidy on dialysis services at 11 federal hospitals across the country. And to address the manpower shortage in the health sector, the government has so far recruited over 2,000 doctors and nurses, as well as engaged 774 national health fellows across local government areas in the country. Over 600,000 health workers have also been retrained for better health services.
All in all, I think if you take the 2 years of this president's tenure is the midterm, I would say that we've turned around what was a very complex, underfunded, hyper-fragmented sector that underperformed relative to its peers, to one that is being recognized in the continent and beyond the continent as one that is on a trajectory of much better performance, and also is being touted as a leader.
Even though the president signed an executive order waiving import duty on health equipment, the government is also ramping up efforts on local pharmaceutical production.
By 2027, it's expected that 60% of health products, including personal care products, will be manufactured in Nigeria.
For over a decade, Nigeria has battled myriad of insecurity challenges, pushing the country to the brink. learning from the challenges and successes of the previous administrations before it, and barring recent setbacks, the Tinubu administration is changing the narrative.
I think the most obvious thing is the commitment by the government. From the beginning, the president made very clear his commitment to address the security challenge, and this is manifested in different ways. First, in his renewed hope agenda, where he made security the second key priority, as it were. Then he also listed 8 elements that he put forward to address the national security challenge. Also, in terms of budgeting, we've seen a very steady increase, and in fact, an obvious increase in budgetary provision for the security sector, from what he inherited at about 1-point-something trillion to 3.6 trillion thereabout, which is the last budget, the 2025 budget. We've also seen his engagement with the security sector leadership. You recall that one of the first things he did after his swearing in on May 29, 2023, was to visit the Office of the National Security Advisor, and he also had meetings with some of the security sector leadership. So that commitment, I think, it's unquestioned.
In just 2 years, the security reforms of the administration are bearing positive results. Terrorist attacks are declining. At some point, they've reached their lowest in over a decade. Terrorism-related deaths are also coming down. Attacks in the southeast have now been reduced by almost 75%.
The last 2 years is watershed, indeed, in the fight against banditry. 11,250 hostages on record free. A decline, we started witnessing the decline in abduction. Decisive blows to top warlords. The Kachallas, Ali Kachalla, Boderi, Halilu Sububu, Dangote, Isu, Yellow, Damuna, Buhari, all of them have met their creator. Over 50 of such leaders were eliminated. Over 70 of their deputies, commanders, and hundreds of foot soldiers neutralized. In the Northeast, Mr. President, where it all started over 20 years ago, the Boko Haram, the jihadis, over 13,543 terrorists and criminals neutralized since we came in. Over 124,408 Boko Haram ISWAP fighters and family members surrendered. Over 11,118 weapons recovered and destroyed. 52,596 rounds of assorted ammunition recovered and destroyed just in Borno State. Southeast, a welcome development is that the sit-at-home orders is becoming more and more ineffective. Key IPOP ESN figures capture and neutralize many in the battlefield. Over 50 police stations and many police forces are back in business. Attacks on security forces significantly reduced. Social and economic activities are normalizing. This can be testified by anyone who will visit the Southeast today.
Insecurity still remains a challenge in Nigeria, but the Tinubu administration is tackling it head-on with a clear focus and determination.
We will invest more in technology. We will take over all our forests. We must neutralize kidnapping, banditry, and terrorism. It was never like this before in Nigeria. But we will reverse the trend.
The aviation sector is not left out in the gradual transformation of the country, as a result of the Tinubu administration's bold initiatives. Since he was appointed Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo has been leading the charge to transform the sector in line with the president's plan.
Through policy trusts, we have restored international and global confidence in the aviation ecosystem, especially in the leasing, global leasing world. We have brought back that confidence in the Nigerian ecosystem. And we have been able to do this, by instilling integrity in our system. And this was a fallout of our compliance, our strict compliance with the Cape Town Convention that we had been signatories to, but were very poor in adhering to the terms of that convention. And so it was public knowledge last year that we went ahead and took practical steps to comply with the tenets of the convention. We signed the practice direction in Nigeria, and then also rolled out the IDERA by the NCA. And these two actions by Nigeria catapulted Nigeria from 49.5% to 75.5% on the global compliance scale. And that officially is the highest in Africa. So as I speak with you, international leasers and financiers are back in Nigeria right now. And it's only a matter of time, not a long time, before Nigerians will feel the full impact in terms of newer aircrafts, in terms of lower prices, ticket prices, because it will lead to more competition, both on domestic, regional, and international routes.
The new international terminal in Lagos, built by the previous administration, is now fully operational. Plans are now underway for a complete remodeling of the old terminal. Several routes are now being opened for ease of connections across the continent and beyond. And some airlines that left Nigeria in the past are now back. Key bilateral air service agreements have been finalized, integrating Nigeria more deeply into the global aviation ecosystem, facilitating easier and more efficient air travel between Nigeria and other countries under mutual benefits.
We have been able to open up a number of routes again for our domestic airlines, and also to attract some other international airlines to ensure that traveling experience for Nigerians is enhanced, and Nigerians have more options on some of these international routes. And so, of course, you saw the return of Emirates, the return of Emirates to the Nigerian domestic international routes. The return of Emirates to Nigeria, and Nigerians are beginning to enjoy that hub now in Dubai in their international travel. But there are other routes that we have been able to attract to Nigeria. You know, the Italian route had been closed for decades. Air Italia stopped flying to Nigeria many years ago. We've been able to attract another, international airline, and today we have opened up the Italian route again. We have also opened up the Algiers, Abuja, and Douala route, Cameroonian route. Before, it was so funny that you could not even take a 1-hour flight to Cameroon. It was so funny. And when I came to office, I said, how could this happen? Just 1 hour to Cameroon. You have to fly to Addis Ababa first and maybe spend one night before you now connect from Addis Ababa to Cameroon. Or you fly to Togo first, because Togo has a small hub there. And then from Togo, you now come and you start flying all over Nigeria. You'll be flying on top of Nigeria to go to Cameroon. That was how, odd it was in terms of connectivity. But today we have been able to attract that, and so on and so forth. So we have opened up so many other routes today in Nigeria.
Aviation infrastructure are also being improved upon. The long-delayed Abuja Airport second runway expansion is now getting off the ground. For the first time, the country now has the e-visa system for efficiency and ease of travelers as part of the immigration reforms of the government to strengthen the country's air borders. There are also 40 e-gates at all major international airports in the country for faster and more secure passenger processing. Passport application process is now fully automated, significantly reducing waiting time. Gone are the days of passport backlogs.
What we've been able to do is to introduce the contactless passport application system for
obviously passport renewals. So, and that is live and direct. It was started in November. I think November 1st. Yeah, we started last year in Canada. From Canada, we're able to move to Europe, and Europe excluding UK and I think Ireland. Then we were able to move to UK now, and Ireland. Now we've moved to America, we've moved to Asia and other part of Africa as well. So it means that a Nigerian does not need to go to the embassy to renew his passport. Another major thing that we're also doing is to also bring a bit of, to be serious integrity to our passport. And what do we mean? What do I mean by that? I'll break it into 2 or 3. Number 1, when this government came on board, Nigerian passport was not registered on the ICAO PKI PKD, that's Public Key Infrastructure, Public Key Directory of ICAO. So it means that verification of Nigerian travel document was near impossible real time, in across all borders in the world, airports and whatever. So that's why when a Nigerian travels with a Nigerian passport, there's he has a more difficult chance of being attended to than a foreigner. But this particular, under this administration for the first time, Nigerian travel document, the passport has been imported into the PKD ICAO directory. So Nigeria is now compliant. And I'll tell you that before this government came on board, we never had any, in fact, profiling at our border posts were basically subjective and never objective. Profiling wasn't based on the principle of objectivity. And you know that any decision that you make on the premise of subjectivity is likely going to be laden with errors. But this government came and we introduced what we call the API solution, which is the Advanced Passenger Information System in terms of our air borders. So such a way now that before any passenger comes into Nigeria, we have the opportunity of pre-profiling such passengers and we can easily identify persons of interest.
Successes have also been recorded in the agriculture sector. The government is driving a massive mechanization process to boost food production and security. Thousands of tractors and other agricultural inputs have been deployed to help farmers not only farm on a large scale, but also rapidly improve their yields.
Mr. President has transformed agriculture from potential to performance. And is, like I said, driven by mechanization to market access, from inputs to export driven. Saudi Arabian minister came last year and he came and sought for 1 million tons of alfalfa and 1 million tons of soya and 200,000 tons of red meat. Today, we have already started that engagement, and that is a drive that was spearheaded by Mr. President when we all accompanied him to Saudi Arabia in November of 2023.
In its determination to combat food inflation, hundreds of thousands of hectares of land are being cultivated for wheat production across several states in the country. Over 100,000 farmers have so far been supported, and more agro-rangers are being deployed to provide security for farmers.
3 other programs that we have seen that has made an impact is the mechanization program of Mr. President. That is a wonderful legacy. We have, like I said, the GIP is also mechanization partly. And then the Greener Hope, which seeks to provide almost about 10,000 different implements from tractors to harrows and other agricultural equipment over a period of 10 years. And that will also seek to set up about 1,000 service centers across the nation, and also to develop 150,000 hectares of land across the Federation, with 25,000 from each geopolitical zone. So over 6 and 25,000 makes 150,000. So those two, the Belarus tractors and John Deere, are procurement. The GIP and the Greener Hope are collaborative efforts. So we have already started receiving, right now in Abuja, we have almost 700 tractors on ground out of the 2,000 from the Belarus. And very soon, Mr. President is going to launch those tractors.
The First Lady, Remi Tinubu, has taken a very keen interest in the agriculture sector and has been very supportive of efforts to make Nigeria food secure. In her quest to attract young people to farming, she launched the Young Farmers Club Nigeria in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security as part of her pet project Renewed Hope Initiative. The Young Farmers Club Nigeria aims to revive Nigeria's indigenous occupation of farming, create employment opportunities, diversify the economy, and ensure food security.
Agriculture has always been the backbone of our nation. From time past, we have tilled the land with our hands and hearts, to the present, where agriculture continues to be a crucial part of our daily lives and economy. It is clear that farming is not just an occupation. It is a way of life which can create employment opportunities for a teeming young population, help diversify the economy, and put food on our tables. As I reminisce, I remember the groundnut pyramids and cotton plantations in the north, palm oil cultivation in the east, cocoa and rubber plantations in the west and the southern part of Nigeria. I believe all of these can be resuscitated and scaled up with modern techniques and mechanization.
So far, many young people across the country have signed up to the initiative and beginning to take to farming. Gradually, misconceptions about farming among young people are changing. There have been so many positives for the country in the last 2 years. Indeed, some of the reforms have come with initial challenges, but they are now being overcome, and light is beginning to appear at the end of the tunnel.
A lot has happened in the last few years that's commendable. I'll call it, these 2 years have been the years of reform. Going forward now, the idea is to ensure that these reforms, the benefit of these reforms, really reach the people.
Let's do the hard work. And it will take time before the results become widely apparent, but we are seeing changes that are showing us that we are on the right track.
We have a unique opportunity under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration to compete with our contemporaries, our peers all over the world. You need home government support to compete, and we have it.
Nigeria is certainly on the rise. With the Renewed Hope agenda, the Tinubu administration is fixing Africa's most populous country and getting it to fire on all cylinders. Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
In early March 2024, Professor Hongbo from Tsinghua University took our reporter for a special visit. 5 months earlier, his team had completed China's first clinical implantation of a wireless, minimally invasive brain-computer interface, or BCI. The bulge on Mr. Yang's head marks the location of 2 coin-sized BCI processors. They were implanted to collect neural signals from the sensory motor region of the brain, enabling body control through an external way. After a severe car accident in 2009, Mr. Yang was paralyzed and dependent on others for 15 years. Since the BCI implantation, subtle but meaningful changes appeared. Innovations in medical technology have allowed Mr. Yang in Beijing to once again feel the warmth of happiness. In today's China, newness is everywhere. Just how new is China? This is an industrial park in Hangzhou. The lights stay on late, but it's not the factory workers who are working overtime. In this 12,000 square meter factory, 16 production lines operate at high speed, replacing manual labor, increasing daily output from 10,000 to 50,000 units, and achieving a 99% pass rate. New technologies, fresh breakthroughs, and innovative products are continuously enhancing the competitiveness of Made in China.
China has been spending a lot in science and technology and innovation. So cooperation in that field is not only good for China, they are also very critical to us as China and South Africa as developing countries to cooperate in these fields so that we remain globally competitive. If you are not competitive, you'll always be a follower. We don't want to be followers, we want to be participants in this journey for new development.
Horgos Port in northwest China's Xinjiang is the country's largest land port for auto exports. Li Honghe is driving a domestically produced new energy vehicle to Kazakhstan, helping with the export process.
最多时候口岸送车的摆渡人有3000多名，平常都是1500名左右，都在这个6代国门周围等待送车。
Car ferryman is a newly emerging profession, directly resulting from the rapid growth of China's new energy vehicle exports. Over 4,000 kilometers away in Shanghai, 1,888 of China's NEVs are ready for shipping. In today's China, an NEV rolls off the production line every minute. In 2024, production and sales both exceeded 12.8 million units, keeping China at the top globally for the 10th consecutive year. Ismail Haki Musa, ambassador of the Republic of Turkey to China, is a devoted fan of Made in China.
I myself bought a car produced in China. I bought a cell phone produced in China. Chinese products made in China is becoming more and more popular in Turkey as well. This is true, but this is not only in Turkey. A regular observation throughout the world. Products made in China more competitive, at a cheaper price, at a high quality.
From made in China to created in China, the innovative power of Chinese manufacturing is evident across the modern industries, not just on the road, but also in the air.
的新疆帕米尔高原。我们帕米尔高原呢也有一个机场，也是我们新疆高原机场，直接就可以坐飞机到我们的塔县来啦。
Tashkurgan County, located on the ancient Silk Road, has an average altitude of over 4,000 meters. A few years ago, Mika from southern China, born in the 1990s, chose to come here and invest in a guest house. The new Kashgar-Tashkurgan flight route is boosting local tourism.
我们开始当前的准备会。今天呢，我们直飞喀什到塔什库尔干航线是个高原航线。
The aircraft servicing this route is China's self-developed regional jet, the ARJ-21. It's the first regular flight by domestic planes to China's ultra-high-altitude airport. While the successful maiden flight of the C919 fulfilled China's large aircraft dream, the ARJ-21 is another milestone. It is China's first domestically designed medium short-range turbofan regional jet built to international standards.
一般的飞机通行这样的高原机场是不太容易的。我们211飞机飞塔什库尔干，飞机性能各方面是满足要求的。而这211飞机现在的支线飞机的比例是越来越高。
Real-time data from the ARJ-21 aircraft is transmitted to the command center in Shanghai. Here, the aircraft manufacturer provides direct operational support to its clients.
这些边疆地区，你一旦用大的机型进去，你会发现飞机就坐不满。这种支线机型的话，恰好弥补了这个空档。
2020年来塔县的时候，它是没有这种商业化、特别豪华的酒店。今年5星级这种酒店啊，它也入驻了塔县，房间每天基本上都会爆满。这2年发展是特别快的，肉眼可见的。
China has set the goal of becoming a leading innovative country with strong self-reliance in science and technology by 2035. Innovation in science and technology is driving national progress and benefiting the people. A 5-hour drive from Kunming, the capital of Yunnan province, lies Sangyuan County. After a weary long trip, Pan Jianbin finally arrived here. He and the medical team will conduct congenital heart disease screenings for more than 10,000 local children.
现在是有点大。
平时上体育课你追得上大家吗？
Tao, aged 12, was diagnosed with congenital heart disease during this screening.
明天我们准备给孩子做手术，我们就大概有个半小时，我们就把手术给他做完。
Congenital heart disease is the most common birth defect, with incidence increasing at higher altitudes. In Sangyuan, the rate is far higher than the national average of 0.7% to 0.9%, casting a shadow over local children and their families. Due to the remoteness, poor medical conditions, and the complexity of medical treatment, this family has already lost one child.
我们到昌岩大概2个小时，昌岩到临昌3个小时多一点，从临昌到昆明7个小时。过去的事我又不想提了，又伤我的心。失去一个，我再也不想再去失去第2个。
This time, doctors from Beijing have come to her, and the operating room is in the vehicle accompanying the medical team.
这个手术车是直接跟我阜外院的系统联系在一块了，很顺利，放了一个小小的封堵器，就把整个窟窿全部都堵掉了，也不用吃什么药，星期1咱们就正常上学。
Pan Jianbin's team brought this new Chinese solution that treats heart disease without incision, radiation, general anesthesia, or intubation. It transformed heart surgery from major operations in big city hospitals into mobile treatments in villages. Even though the path is long and difficult, the benefits of modernization are making their way to reach every Chinese citizen and beyond. Pan's team is committed to treating every child with congenital heart disease, providing free treatment and regular follow-up visits. The team has trained thousands of doctors in over 30 countries. The ultrasound-guided intervention technology was selected by the United Nations as a global project, applied in more than 1,000 medical institutions across 60 countries, and has saved over 200,000 patients. Chinese doctors are using technological innovation to actively contribute to building a global health community. Modernization began in the 18th century in the West and remains a universal aspiration. Yet there are multiple paths to achieve it. China is forging a unique route characterized by peaceful, green, sustainable, and innovative development, harmonizing material and spiritual growth on the journey toward common prosperity. In Gulang County, which sits on the edge of the Tengger Desert in northwest China's Gansu province, villagers are rehearsing cultural programs to celebrate the upcoming 6th anniversary of their relocation.
给你们看看好多啥？多钱啊？你看，这就是之前我们搬迁前，我们山里的老房子。你能不能把那家的找到？这照片真是我的咋烧的这？我的老婆子围绕着的，老婆子也跟穿着这个破烂子烧。
Faded photos of the pre-moving days evoke Gulang's past as one of the poorest areas in China. In 2012, the local government relocated the impoverished people from remote mountains, helping them escape poverty. In their new homes, villagers embraced modern agriculture and animal husbandry tailored to the local conditions.
我从宁夏来的，我从兰州过来的，我们是和田来的。这边地比较好嘛，出肉好。
Wang Zhongyi brought in the second batch of lambs for the day. After several rounds of haggling for prices, Wang Zhongyi sold 130 lambs at a fair price. Today, Gulang County is becoming a national sheep hub. Trucks of well-fed Gulang sheep are sent nationwide every day, generating annual sales of 8 billion yuan. Its sheep inventory remains on top in the province for 5 consecutive years.
这就是我的家，这山上后的太多了。
Everyone wants to live a better life. With industry supporting them, the villagers' lives are getting better and better.
变化最大的这地方是个交通好，我快了，服务员了，出门这不走路了。
好前面的生活。
那唱的这个歌，我们的生活充满阳光，太阳光。
Coming from a major agricultural nation, Ambassador of Pakistan to China Khalil Hashmi finds China's people-centered approach to agriculture development particularly striking.
China has developed a very successful model of rural development, agriculture development. So I think what China has been able to do is also develop the technologies at scale, but also to develop seeds which can give you higher yield with less effort. So putting it all together, but working also in a very focused manner on rural areas. So developing and enabling, empowering rural communities. So this model, I think, has been defined by people-centered.
It is early summer, and the harvest season for wheat has arrived in Taehe County of Anhui Province. Zhu Zhongjiang and his grandson set off early in the morning to keep their appointment with another season of abundance. This wheat field is about 165 acres. 5 combine harvesters, equipped with Beidou navigation systems, completed the harvest in just 10 hours. Years ago, Xu Chongxiang dove into agricultural technology and increased the wheat yield per move from under 300 kilograms to over 700 kilograms, earning the title of Wheat King of Anhui Province. Now, in his 70s, he is still busy working in the fields. Through the cooperative he founded, he is actively promoting the model of large-scale farmers helping smaller ones escape poverty. Over 3,000 farmers have seen their average annual income rise from 16,000 yuan to nearly 30,000 yuan. In this country where food is of paramount importance, modern agricultural production not only needs to ensure that 1.4 billion people are well fed, but also fed well. At 5 p.m., preparations for the night catch of yellow croakers are underway. Workers strike the water surface to drive the timid yellow croakers into the fishing boxes, which will be harvested after dark. On Chinese dining tables, 8 out of every 10 yellow croakers come from Ningde. Yellow croaker, a unique marine fish of China, has long been a delicacy for the people along the southeast coast. However, in the 1970s, Liu Jiafu experienced a heartbreaking event he calls the yellow croaker tragedy.
1974年春暖花开，5到6月份大潮水期间，本来是这个大黄鱼产卵的时候，结果没有鱼进来产卵了。
Overfishing once led to the near extinction of the wild yellow croaker in this area. At that time, Liu Jiafu, who worked at a local fishing farm, had the idea of saving the yellow croakers through artificial breeding. It was a difficult undertaking in those days. In 1988, Liu Jiafu submitted a report to the CPC Ningde Prefectural Committee about developing mariculture technology for marine fish in eastern Fujian. The then secretary of the Prefectural Committee, Xi Jinping, stamped a note of approval on the report. This approval document has turned yellow with time, but the determination to derive food from the ocean remains as strong as ever. Following this, Ningdu continued to increase its research and development efforts and gradually expanded the scale of artificial yellow croaker breeding. Today, the yellow croaker has become the largest mariculture fish species in China and one of the most competitive export aquaculture products, with the entire industry chain generating over 10 billion yuan in value. Modernization of agriculture and rural areas is the foundation of China's development, but such progress should not come at the cost of damaging the ecological environment. As early as 2005, Xi Jinping, then Secretary of CPC's Zhejiang Provincial Committee, proposed the important concept that lucid waters and lush mountains are invaluable assets.
The development philosophy embodies of this saying from President Xi, meaning that we have to find the balance or harmonize among economic development, protection of environment, and of course, for the benefit of the people and its culture.
In September, with temperatures dropping below 10 degrees Celsius, Guo Jianzhong and his colleagues set off as usual on their motorcycles. They are protecting the Ulan Suhai Lake, also known as the Pearl Beyond the Great Wall. It is the largest lake wetland in the Yellow River Basin and a rare large grassland lake in the world's desert and semi-desert area. As a bird sanctuary, one can catch sight of the white spoonbill, gray geese, and red-billed gulls peacefully resting. Today, around 260 species of wild birds live in the Ulan Suhai Lake Reserve, with over 200,000 wild birds coming here each year to breed. Today's lush grass and carefree birds at Ulan Suhai Lake make it hard to imagine that back in the 1990s, the water quality here once deteriorated to an almost unusable grade due to reduced natural water replenishment, coupled with the discharge of industrial, agricultural, and domestic wastewater from upstream. The lake's total area shrank from 800 square kilometers before 1949 to less than 300 square kilometers, forcing generations of fishermen to find other livelihoods.
能忘记臭味，鱼也少了，鸟也少了。资源钱交了，然后渔具买了，就没打成鱼。
A transformation occurred around 2019 with the pilot project for ecological restoration in the Ulan Suhai Lake Basin.
按照习近平总书记提出的“山水林田湖草沙是一个生命共同体”这样一个理念呢，各个生态要素之间是互相联系、互相制约，也是互相影响的。以前我们是头疼医头，脚疼医脚，现在我们可能更多的还要关注乌梁苏海整体的生态环境的变化、生物多样性的变化，以及整个乌梁苏海流域的整体我们的生产生活方式的变化。
To reduce the encroachment of surrounding deserts on Ulan Suhai Lake, the local area has explored various sand control methods. One approach combines planting sexual trees with cultivating sistanch, the desert ginseng, integrating sand control with industry development, achieving both environmental restoration and prosperity.
这个梭梭树了，我们让它和肉苁蓉合理的寄生共生，这就是一个和谐共生的一个理念吧。
Through relentless efforts into desertification control, the entire Ulan Suhai Lake Basin has been rejuvenated. Annual sand output from the Ulan Bu Desert to the Yellow River dropped from 77 million tons to around 3.7 million tons, protecting both the lake and its surrounding ecosystem. Since 2000, China has contributed about 1/4 of the increase in global green space. A truly good life isn't just about a livable environment. It also needs to feed the soul. A rich inner life is just as vital as material wealth. The spiritual foundation of the Chinese people comes from the long and unbroken history of Chinese civilization, which is the wellspring of wisdom that fuels China's progress. How ancient is the history of Chinese civilization?
I declare the draft decision 43-8B.15 adopted.
On July 6, 2019, at the UNESCO World Heritage Conference held in Baku, Azerbaijan, China's Liangzhu ancient city site was approved for inclusion on the World Heritage List. This recognition signifies the international acknowledgement of the over 5,000 years of Chinese civilization as represented by the Liangzhu site.
I think the one word that comes to mind is spectacular. It's really a marvelous find.
我们构成了一个证据链，证明良渚在5000年前已经进入到初期文明的社会，揭示我们的中华文明的起源形成发展的脉络，然后让国人、让世界来了解。
Now, July 6th has become Liangzhu Day in Hangzhou. Liangzhu unveils China's authentic ancient roots and modern vibrancy to the world.
Buenas. La verdad es que ha sido una gran sorpresa al conocer las ruinas de Huangzhou, porque ha demostrado que es un patrimonio de un valor incalculable, de un valor mundial.
Knowing where we come from allows us to better understand where we are heading. The 5,000-year legacy of Chinese civilization remains vibrant today, enriching people's spiritual lives and driving Chinese modernization. It's seen in traditional style skirts, cultural heritage floral hairpins, crowded cultural venues, museums, and record-breaking shows. It's been carried abroad by chic national brands, viral icons like the Monkey King, hit films like Nujia, and globally celebrated Chinese festivals. In the 5th month of the traditional Chinese calendar, the Dragon Boat Festival is celebrated as expected. In Guangzhou's Daling village, vibrantly adorned dragon boats ignite waterways with competitive fervor. For the new villager Zhaotu, the rich cultural traditions of this ancient country fascinate him to no end.
我叫小兔，今年40岁，然后来自美国。其实我姓 Bunny，Bunny 就是兔子的意思。
At this museum in Guangzhou, Zhaotu can travel through time and immerse himself in the study of Chinese ceramics. Originally majoring in logistics in university, he has now transformed into an expert in ancient ceramic identification.
我认识的第一个 China 是什么？就是一个很珍贵的，只有隆重的节假日我们才能拿出来去用的一个瓷盘。然后我们刚好也就是用中国的陶瓷去把中国的5000年的故事给讲下来了。我觉得它会持续性的去影响整个世界吧。
Like Zhaotu, many foreigners are captivated by China's traditional culture, traveling from afar and becoming ambassadors of cultural exchange. Appreciate one another's beauty, create a world of universal peace and prosperity, coexist in harmony, and foster mutual benefits through cooperation are the principles rooted in 5,000 years of Chinese civilization, reflecting the simple aspirations, the ideal world, and the beautiful life.
The Altai Mountains span an elevation of 1,000 to 3,000 meters, with the highest peak, Friendship Peak, reaching 4,374 meters. The Altai Mountains stretch for over 2,000 kilometers across China, Mongolia, Russia, and Kazakhstan. The Altai Mountains in China are situated in the southern region of the central section, spanning a total length of over 500 kilometers. The Irtyx River, which is the sole river that flows into the Arctic Ocean from China, and the Ulunga River, the second largest river in Altai, both have their
Hello and welcome to 360 Health on TV360 Nigeria. This is where we break down complex health issues, explore medical insights, and share practical tips to help you live healthier and stay informed. I am your host, Joy Uchejem. Now let's begin with news stories in the health sector. France has recorded its first confirmed Ebola infection after a medical doctor who recently traveled from the Democratic Republic of Congo tested positive upon return. The case marks the first instance of the virus being detected on French soil during the ongoing outbreak, which has also spread to Uganda. Health authorities noted that while France previously treated Ebola patients during the 2014 West Africa outbreak, those cases were diagnosed outside the country before transfer. The French Health Ministry confirmed the development, stating that it had identified a first positive case of Ebola virus disease on national territory. Now, the Ebola outbreak in eastern Congo has now surpassed 1,000 confirmed cases, with officials reporting 254 deaths as of the last weekend. Congo's Ministry of Health confirmed 1,003 cases and 100 recoveries since the epidemic was declared on May 15th in Ituri province. Caused by the rare Bundibugyo virus, for which no vaccines or treatments currently exist, the outbreak is among the worst recorded in its initial phase. Officials admit that more cases may remain undetected and that the peak is still ahead. Contact tracing remains a major challenge, with local authorities achieving more than 55% coverage. And now in Nigeria, the federal government has inaugurated a presidential task force on Ebola virus disease preparedness as part of efforts to sustain Nigeria's zero-case status and strengthen the country's capacity to respond to potential outbreaks. Speaking at the inauguration at the State House, the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, who chairs the task force, says there are currently no reported cases of Ebola in Nigeria. He said the government is intensifying preventive measures to ensure that the country remains free of the disease, while positioning Nigeria to take a leading role in epidemic preparedness and response across Africa. Now let's break down the facts about Nigeria's preparedness efforts to maintain the nation's zero-case status. I am now being joined by Assistant Professor at the First Moscow State Medical University, Dr. Angel Consuelo. Thank you for joining us. Now, the head of Nigeria's NCDC recently said Nigeria is about 59% ready to combat any Ebola outbreak. What does that mean in practice? What key factors and indicators are used to determine whether a country is truly prepared to detect and contain as well as manage an Ebola outbreak?
Right, thank you for the question. So when NCDC, the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, or any public health official says a country is 59% prepared, they're referring to how prepared they are, not the actual measure of safety. It means they have the good systems in place that are working, but there still remains some gaps. So Ebola preparedness is evaluated by laboratory capacity, well-trained healthcare workers, isolation and treatment facilities, amongst many other, evaluation steps. So in practical sense, being 59% ready could mean they have a well-functioned laboratory and emergency facility or structure, but perhaps a lack of trained healthcare workers. However, the real test of preparedness is how quick a country can identify the first case, isolate the patient, track contacts, and prevent, transmission.
Now, beyond being 59% ready, what concrete steps should Nigeria take immediately to close the remaining preparedness gap?
So, Nigeria has valuable experience from successfully containing the 2014 Ebola outbreak, famously thanks to Dr. Ameyo Adedovo and her team. However, preparedness requires constant investment. So there are several actions I believe can be prioritized, like healthcare facilities across all states should be able to rapidly identify any suspected areas, any suspected cases, right? Doctors, nurses, laboratory personnel, and healthcare workers should receive regular training, like robust regular training. Diagnostic laboratories should have sufficient amount of equipment to test samples rapidly and safely. There should also be increase of PPEs, that is personal protective equipment, like masks, goggles, face shields, what else, and disinfectants, right? So there should also be strengthened border control and like travel surveillance by maintaining screening protocols at entry points. Finally, or maybe not yet finally, there should be an enhancement of public information. Like my motto is, there is nothing to be feared, just understood. I believe enlightening the public about the outbreak reduces any fear and misinformation. Well, finally, I think we should simulate an actual outbreak. I think there's a lot that can be done, but let's just use these few. There should be a simulation of an actual outbreak. This would help to identify gaps of unpreparedness.
Now, with Ebola cases reported in Eastern Africa and one case in France now, what specific steps should ordinary Nigerians take right now to protect themselves? And what early warning signs should people actually look out for? And what is the most important thing to do if they suspect exposure?
Right, thank you for the question. So for Nigerians, the immediate risk is low, but we should still remain on our toes. So you mentioned prevention steps, early signs, and what to do when exposed. Prevention steps are hygiene. Regular hygiene should be practiced. Avoid contact with any bodily fluids like semen, like sweat, Do not travel to affected regions, but if you must, seek medical attention if any symptoms arises. Avoid handling dead bodies with protection. Follow updates, firstly and primarily from NCDC and other public health organizations like Ms. Niniolo Soloye's public health organization in respect of our hero, Dr. Adedova, and avoid misinformation from social media, especially social media or any other platform. So for the signs to look out for: sudden fever, severe weakness, headache, muscles or joint pain, and sore throat. Now, if there's vomiting, diarrhea, bleeding of any kind or being easily bruised, that would mean that there's a progression of the disease and immediate medical attention is needed. It is important to mention that these symptoms resemble typhoid fever, malaria, influenza, COVID, and many other common diseases. My advice is to interrogate the patient if they've been to affected areas and to perform a PCR or antigen detection test to confirm suspicion. Now, if exposure is indeed suspected, I recommend DSN. D, do not panic. S, seek immediate medical attention, and N, notify health authorities as soon as possible. Early isolation, testing, and monitoring can protect both the individual and the wider community. The sooner public health teams are alerted, the greater the chance of preventing further spread.
Yes, now, when we look at the rising number of Ebola cases in Congo and other East African countries, one thing is clear: prevention, vigilance, and rapid response remains critical in managing the public health threats. A big thank you to our guest, Assistant Professor at the First Moscow State Medical University, Dr. Angel Consuelo, for sharing valuable insights. And that wraps up today's edition of 360 Health on TV360 Nigeria. I am Joy Ucheje. Until next time, stay healthy.
In Nigeria, sugar isn't just taste, it's tradition. It's in our weddings and naming ceremonies. It's in every bottle we raise to celebrate life. But the same sweetness that unites us is slowly undoing us. From classrooms to construction sites, sugary drinks have become our daily fuel. Sold as refreshment, marketed as confidence.
Personally, I take 2, depending on the weather and my stress level. I can take 3 in a day if possible. Yes, I do think about how it affects me, but then I also think about my stress level, because sometimes it's a way for me to cope with stress. So that's why I take that much.
I'm not going to say I'm taking much of it, but I just love something sugary. And it's not every day that I actually drink something like that. But I think, too much of sugary things cause diabetes though.
I take 4 of drinking a day. I don't actually think about it because I'm a female, so I think maybe anytime I'm doing my menstrual or anything, it's come out with it since I'm not a guy.
Kò sí nǹkan tó múnú yàn dùn mọ́. Àwọn nǹkan tá a mú yìí náà la fi ń dùnnú ara ní pé múnú ara ẹ dùn. Make yourself happy. So àwọn akọ̀wé mú náà pé ká fi múnú ara dùn, kò sí àǹfààní kankan tó ń ṣe fára.
In a generation raised on marketing slogans, the line between refreshment and risk has blurred. Sugar isn't the villain in their story, it's the companion.
Sugary drinks are extremely cheap in Nigeria. They are affordable and accessible, and they are marketed in diverse ways. Sugary drinks corporations engage in diverse promotional activities to entice our people, and they specifically entice our youths.
Those sugar-sweetened beverages are almost the gold standard for children consumption in Nigeria. Oh, you're going to have a birthday party in school. You're going to take other yellow drinks, other orange-based sodas to the school. And it's been age-old. And part of the reason why these things have become the gold standard for celebrating those things is also a long history of advertising and commercials that have projected these things as the appropriate drink. But over the years, science has shown that they're not that appropriate.
When you consume excessive amounts of sugary drinks, what happens is that these are calories. They are what we call empty calories. That means there is no fiber, there is nothing. It's just like you pumping sugar into the bloodstream. And because of that, most of this is converted to fat or is stored as fat. So you have a high number of people coming down with obesity. In the olden days, children used to be very, very slim, but we all know that our children are getting fatter and fatter. In place of things like sandwiches and apples that people used to put in the children's lunch boxes, now you have different types of soda drinks or soft drinks which are added. And you find children growing up and developing obesity and hypertension and diabetes even before their parents develop them.
There are some foods that enter the bloodstream very quickly, and that's what we get from all these sweetened beverages, all these soft drinks. They hit the bloodstream very quickly. However, if this keeps happening over and over again, it can also affect the pancreas. That can also lead to insulin resistance. And that's how the person over time will develop type 2 diabetes. So this happens over a very long period. It can take years, 10, 20 years, for this to show up.
There are people that they cannot do without seeing a bottle of sugar drinks in a day. It comes in different forms, either the cola drinks or the orange ones. When you take it as a routine, you become addicted. The researchers have shown that you can be as addicted to sugary drinks as much as the people that take nicotine get addicted to cigarette smoking.
There's a popular saying that you are what you eat, and that underscores the fact that your health is heavily influenced by the kind of dietary habit that you keep. And we know from science, from research, that heavy consumption of sugary things makes you more susceptible to diabetes mellitus type 2 and also to obesity.
Diabetes is a multi-systemic disease. Ultimately, it's also a silent killer. It affects the blood vessels that supplies every part of our body. Okay? And that is why when diabetes gets complicated, complication is not limited to just one organ. It's an head-to-foot crisis.
That is the reality for Ronke Okbale. Diagnosed with diabetes in 2022, she says her life has never been the same.
But mo wá lọ hospital, mo wá run test, mo sọ pé mo ní diabetes. So, kéèyàn ní diabetes, èmi rò bóyá pé nǹkan kékeré ni, èmi ò mọ̀ pé nǹkan tó yẹn pé ó lè gbẹ̀mí èèyàn at any time ni. Tó jẹ́ wípé wọ́n ní kí n máa lo insulin. Insulin tó dẹ̀ ní kí n máa lò tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀, insulin 6,000, 5,000. Unfortunately, insulin wá di 20,000 naira. Okay, insulin di 20,000 kò ságbára fún mi láti rà mọ́. Báwo ni mo ṣe fẹ́ wà alive?
Living with diabetes in Nigeria exposes you have to pay from your pocket. It's individual payment. The government is not involved. So it's a huge sum. It costs us so much to manage diabetes, costs us so much to visit the doctor, costs us so much to run the test, it costs us so much to buy a consumable like glucometer strips. It costs us so much to eat the healthy food that we are asked. It costs us so much to even drink the water that is potable, that is clean water. So it's a whole lot of expense without government participation in it.
It's a lifelong treatment, especially when there are complications. It can be expensive. Talk about clinic visits. You have to take transportation every time to get to the hospital. You have to pay for consultation. You have to buy medication. medication has become so expensive now.
The fallout is not on the corporations selling sweetness. It's on Nigeria's ailing hospitals and overworked medical staff.
The burden is heavy. It's heavy on the health system, it's heavy on the economy, and it's also heavy on individuals and their families that suffers these non-communicable diseases.
The price of sweetness isn't paid just at the counter. It's paid in pain, in poverty, in premature funerals.
Sweet, fizzy, refreshing. Before it conquered Africa, sugar traveled the world. From 18th century pharmacy tonics to Coca-Cola's debut in the year 1886, to its first crates rolling through Lagos in the 1950s. By independence, 7-Up had its first bottle, tying sweetness to freedom. Decades later, over 100 brands crowd a billion-dollar market. In 2021, Nigeria took a bold step, a 10 naira per liter tax on sugary drinks. By mid-2022, the law was live.
In 2021, the government adopted the tax on sugary drinks. I'm talking about beverages that are loaded with sugars now. We all know them, But then it's a 10 naira per liter tax, which is really not good enough.
The global benchmark is a minimum of 20% of the retail price of sugary drinks. And some countries are even pushing it way, way higher than that. What we have in Nigeria today is not even up to 3% of the final retail price of sugary drinks products. And that's why we're asking the Nigerian government to revise what we have upward to a minimum of 20% of the final retail price of sugary drinks, so that it can serve as a deterrent in terms of reduction of consumption and as well raise revenue for government.
Let's talk about the 10 naira in your 1 liter of soda. Not the change in your pocket, the one added to your bottle of sugary drink. It's called an SSB tax, short for sugar-sweetened beverage tax. Catchy, right? Not so much, but it is designed to make you think twice before you drink twice. You see, Nigeria has a sugar problem, a big one. More than 11 million people are living with diabetes, and guess what's fueling it? Fizzy, sugary drinks. That 10 naira per liter? It's supposed to help fix that. Make sodas pricier. Make people think twice. And hopefully, drink something less deadly. But here's the catch. In Nigeria, we have the tax, but not the teeth. We need at least 20% of the retail price to fight the health crisis caused by sugary drinks.
Currently, there is a 10 naira per liter on sugary drinks. That's the tax rate in Nigeria. And these tax rates were introduced in 2021. The rates or the prices of this product has tripled or quadrupled as of today. However, the tax rate remains fixed. It's not adjustable for inflation. It has not curbed excessive consumption of this product, and it's just business as usual. And that's why organizations like CAPA are pushing for an upward review of this tax rate, not just to generate revenue for government, but also to fund health initiatives.
It's called earmarking, and right now, we don't do it. Other countries, they do. France, Portugal, the UK, they use taxes on sugary drinks to fund hospitals, schools, water programs. So yes, SSB taxes work. They save lives. They build systems. If the revenue is used well, and if the industry doesn't, sugarcoat the facts.
One thing you discover about the South African is that they had very good structures in place, institutions that were all carried along in the design, in the implementation, and in the earmarking. Talking about also the UK, one thing that made the UK tax very significant is that not just are they collecting these taxes, they have been earmarked. Earmarked meaning that this tax revenue has been dedicated for a specific use that is beneficial to the populace. Because in the first place, SSB taxes are not just about the revenue. SSB taxes are about reducing consumption and improve public health.
The law itself did not specifically direct the proceeds for that tax to the health sector. And that is an important element that we in the health sector will look forward to more advocacy of the public, because the whole essence is to direct proceeds from that to support health infrastructure, to support prevention, to support immunization activities.
For me, who is an advocate fighting for people living with diabetes or NCD, it will help to relieve the burden we face. Sometimes we have to organize money for people's insulin. You have to organize drugs for them. All those burden will be reduced if the government is involved.
The campaign for a stronger tax on sugary drinks is growing, from doctors to lawyers, from economists to activists. A coalition is demanding justice through policy. But changing the system means confronting powerful multinational beverage companies that put profits before health. And that is never easy.
Since we launched this campaign, sugary drink companies have responded massively and aggressively with false narratives about how this campaign is going to cause job losses, how it's going to ruin the economy, how manufacturers are going to leave Nigeria, and all sorts of lies like that.
In an unexpected twist, sugary drinks don't just harm our health. Their plastic bottles are putting livelihoods at risk.
Taba ju net, o man disturb net wa, o man kó sínú net wa. Taba den wa engine náà, o man da engine wa dúró. Gbogbo àwọn ke yi náà taba ju net ńgbà mí, kò yẹ kí net wa lọ sí abẹ́ omi dáadáa. Ibi táwọn ke yẹn bá ti pọ̀ sí jù, kò sẹ́jà ńbẹ̀. Àfi taba ti dé agbami ká tó free.
The huge volume of plastic you have in waste that is disposed, it's a lot, and then it bulks up the volume. On the other hand, it also clogs up the drainages, which means that we're more prone to flooding because a lot of people may be careless and drop it in our drainages. So plastic waste, one, can make waste management more difficult. Two, clog up drainages. Three, it makes our city a bit untidy, the overall perspective when you have plastic all over the place. And I think those will sort of summarize the impact of plastic waste in Lagos.
We had systematically carried out a 5-year brand audit. And what we found is not just only alarming, it sits very, very well with also studies, findings that have been carried out in other countries. And that's talking about the food and beverage industries. This sector accounts for the highest single-use plastic. Now, coming to the waste products, which is another sector of it, another problem of it, is the waste product arising from these various products do not have a kind of revolving management process. So what happens? They are all just dumped in the environment.
Our regulatory capabilities have to be scaled. The will and the desire of the regulator to hold businesses accountable to appropriate standards, especially with respect to public health and safety, must be prioritized. And companies, whether they're multinational or domestic or not, must be held accountable and penalized.
We are having a public health crisis as of today. All of us can see it. The Nigerian government can see it. And the Nigerian government needs to take very concrete action. The Nigerian government needs to be bold. The Nigerian government needs to be courageous.
In 2025, the debate reached Nigeria's National Assembly. Lawmakers began considering replacing the flat 10 naira per litre tax with a percentage-based levy tied to the retail price. Some are pushing for at least 20%, with part of the revenue set aside for public health.
We have a program we are coming up with. We are launching on healthy youths, Nigerian Healthy Youth Champions. So working with young people to create awareness, to use them as champions for health, not only at the national level, but also subnational level, up to community level. We want to have youth champions so that they begin to understand their lifestyle.
The message the presidency echoes across the springs of Ekiti: empower the young, let them lead. But from the hills of Ikogosi, a new current is rising. Young people, tired of the gimmicks, the sickness, the waste, are finding their voice. Trained intensively, workshops, policy simulations, media labs, all focused on one urgent fight: the health crisis fueled by sugary drinks and ultra-processed foods.
I will organize a lot of people like me, especially people that are physically disabled, educate them about the health effects of those sugary drinks. I will educate them on how it causes NCDs like diabetes, obesity, and others.
Before now, my idea of sugary drinks before the boot camp was that it was just sweet, it gives energy, and it makes you feel good. It was just like a feel good something that you just take. But after the boot camp, that changed my mindset.
By week's end, the boot camp had forged more than graduates. It created a living network of food justice advocates ready to challenge big soda and fight for Nigeria's future. On the final day, they marched, a symbolic protest in the heart of nature, not in anger, but in faith that their voices could turn the tide.
We say the youth are the future of the country, but if these people don't even live long enough, who is going to hold our country for us in the nearest future?
Experts say Nigeria stands at a crossroads to protect its people or protect corporate profits.
Well, just to also say, and this I always say anytime I have the opportunity to speak like this, that the government will create the policy, will create the enabling environment, will provide the infrastructure, and so on and so forth. But every Nigerian has a responsibility to take control of their health. Government is not going to take control of your health for you.
The leadership.
The Altai Mountains span an elevation of 1,000 to 3,000 meters, with the highest peak, Friendship Peak, reaching 4,374 meters. The Altai Mountains stretch for over 2,000 kilometers across China, Mongolia, Russia, and Kazakhstan. The Altai Mountains in China are situated in the southern region of the central section, spanning a total length of over 500 kilometers. The Irtyx River, which is the sole river that flows into the Arctic Ocean from China, and the Ulunga River, the second largest river.
La estación de Junta está un poco alejada de la ciudad y se ubica en una antigua mina de oro. Uno sabe el montón de datos que existe, además de que se forma una red mundial.
We are on schedule with calibration.
You know, the time I will send today.
Una explosión en cualquier parte del mundo, la red tiene que ser capaz de capturarla. La sismología lo que le va a decir es si es una onda típica de una explosión nuclear. El lugar se lo puede decir con más exactitud, el tipo de magnitud fue tanto, cantidad de kilotón fue de tanto, o sea, le va a decir eso. Ha habido mucho cambio de tecnología, entonces eso es uno de los objetivos del CTBTO, construir las capacidades de los países. ¿Y cómo se aprende? Con cursos.
I want to draw your attention.
Claro que nos ayuda en el trabajo de nosotros aquí. Todas las capacitaciones con programas de localización nosotros usamos para saber cuál es la amenaza que existe en el país.
We live in the global world with global issues.
And global issue cannot be dealt with only a handful of countries because they traditionally deal with those technologies. And if you want an issue that's dealt with by the whole planet, you can have a forum where people sit and then a handful make decisions and others follow. And emerging countries, we need their participation. We need to educate people in this technology that lead to the verification of the CTBT.
Viéndolo en el país, uno se siente solo, pero sabe que es un grupo internacional que le está poniendo un punto final a las explosiones nucleares. Para el país es importante que se siga monitoreando y que quiere darle un fin a las explosiones nucleares. Queda uno contento que está contribuyendo para el mundo.
こんにちは。SDGs 新聞の取材に来ました。よろしくお願いします。
どうぞ座ってください。
ありがとうございます。金井さんではどのような SDGs に取り組んでいるんですか？
私のところではですね、今までプラスチックに入っていた鉢をプラスチックから古紙再生紙とかチップを使った器に少しずつ変えてきています。
白衣小5年の梅川さなです。小曽江春です。赤坂和音です。今日は SDGs 新聞の記者として商店街に行ってきます。
ここ浅尾さんのところではどんな SDGs に取り組んでいるんですか？
当店では SDGs に関して取り組んでいることは、地元の食材を使ってお菓子を製造しています。
地元の食材を使ってお菓子を作ることでどのような SDGs に関わっているんですか？
そうですね、地元の食材を使うってことで、15番の、陸の豊かさを守ろう、材料を郵送する時に使う CO2、二酸化炭素の排出量が減ることによって、環境に優しい。
今日はありがとうございました。
金とかプラチナっていうのは本当に貴重な商品なもんですから、それをやっぱりリサイクル再生をして新しい商品にしていくということは大切な仕事取り組みだと思ってます。
金井さんはさ、14番と15じゃない？
15番が土に帰るポットで、
14がゴミレジ袋やね。
浅尾さんのところやったら
元の農家さんの思いを生かしてお菓子を作るって書いてあるから、住み続けられるまちづくりを入っとるんじゃないの？
この新聞は金井さんのことを書いています。今までのポットはそのまま残ってなんか地球にマイナスなことをしとったけど、これは地球にとっていいことをしとったから、そういう驚いたことをいろいろ書いてみました。
それぞれの思いとかがあっていろいろ工夫をしてやっているってことが分かったので、私も SDGs を身の回りでどんなふうにやっているのかまた調べていきたいなと思いました。相手の気持ちを考えたり環境に優しいものを作っとったり、これから私も積極的に SDGs に参加したりしようと思いました。
It's so far the largest single raid carried out by Nigeria's Economic and Financial Crimes Commission.
We have never seen this kind of industrial scale.
792 suspects arrested.
Their audacity is unrivaled.
The details are chilling and mind-boggling.
We also discovered that some of them were ex-convicts.
This was the height of massive cyber fraud in plain sight.
We decided to bust them.
Sometime in November 2024, Abba Sambo Usman, who has the Advanced Fee Fraud section of the Lagos 2 Zonal Directorate of the EFCC, received crucial intelligence about a sophisticated cybercrime syndicate led by foreign nationals operating right in the heart of the Nigerian commercial capital, Lagos.
So following that intelligence, I brought it to the attention of my then Zonal Director, Mr. Michael Wetkas. So he authorized the commencement of surveillance to ascertain the veracity of the information that we received and to develop strategies for essentially combating the threat and executing a successful operation there.
The intelligence would be escalated to the highest level of the organization.
We processed intelligence and we realized it was actionable and proved that the intelligence should be investigated, and we set up our apparatus. Obviously, we monitored their activities for close to 3 weeks through our various tactical and surveillance operational approaches. And we confirmed that these guys were actually there, carrying out nefarious activities in violation of our financial crimes laws.
The intense surveillance would reveal a trove of shocking information.
They recruit their workers online and physically based on recommendation from the people already working with them. They get more other people to come. So once you are put through the recruitment process, which is to first of all test your typing skill and how fast you are in typing. Once you've passed the typing test, that is your speed is what fits into what they want, they recruit you. Once you are recruited, you are moved to the next line. The next line is a place where the supervisors will give you a new identity. At that level, they say, who is your name? And once you tell them your real name, they say, okay, from now henceforth, they give you a name, usually name of a female, and then you answer that name, and then they create a profile for you, and that profile has a lady's picture, beautiful lady, and then you use that particular name they had given you, and then they bump into foreign numbers and you commence communication with your would-be victims.
So it's people, when they employ you, all you have to do, the responsibility is to create fake profiles on dating sites. So they go to dating sites, get pictures of beautiful female or male, it doesn't matter, because the targets can either be male or female, as the case may. So the responsibility is to open 10 to 15 fake profiles per day. So when they're able to create those fake profiles, then it moves to the next level. They call them the developers. They are the ones that initiate the communication. The communication commences like normal romance relationship. So once they're able to develop that relationship, communication, when there is consistent communication with the victim on the other side, then they begin to introduce like a business idea. They begin to pretend as if they are into a certain type of investment activity, that this is what I'm doing and I'm making profit from it. Thus trying to sell the idea that there is something profitable taking place, that the other party at the other end can partake and make profit too. That is essentially how it takes place. So once that communication has been established and is going on well, the Chinese or the foreign syndicates take over. So it is there, they have dedicated a website where they send or direct the victim for the investment. So once the investment is made, they defraud the person, and then because they have taken over the communication, our Nigerian syndicate members don't have any idea of how much was defrauded or exactly where the money went to, essentially creating a kind of buffer. If they are arrested, then they don't have any information as to actually how the real fraud took place.
In the evening of Tuesday, December 10th, 2024, just weeks after the reception of the intelligence, EFCC personnel in an operation codenamed Eagle Flush launched a surprise raid on the building where the syndicate had been operating from. It's an imposing 7-story complex known as Big Leaf Building on number 7 Oyejolayemi Street, Victoria Island, Lagos. The syndicate had clearly been operating in plain sight.
First of all, we discovered that quite a number of them were foreigners. From Asia, from Eastern Europe, from Northern Africa, and their modus operandi is something that was a bit strange or different from the regular Yahoo, activities that we are used to, the regular internet, fraudsters that we are used to. We discovered that these guys came in with a mind of using the identity of Nigerians to perpetrate their crime. And it's mind-boggling that we discovered that about 194 of them, now from various countries. So they formed the syndicate. If it were to be just a group of people from a particular country, that would have followed the normal trend, pattern that we are used to. Now, all these people were able to get themselves together from various continents, and now they are able to create that criminal cell in Nigeria was quite mind-boggling. Another thing that we also discovered was that it's not just only Nigerians Nigeria that they are operating. They are operating in other countries in Africa. They are operating in other parts of Europe. They are also operating in other parts of Asia. So those are things that we were able to discover. And also we discovered that the propensity of their activities being linked to financing of terrorism, that's also another mind-boggling area that we are also looking at.
You look at it, the place was located at a very highbrow area. And if you look at that building at number 7 Oyejolayemi in Victoria Island, Lagos, you think it's a financial institution, you think it's a bank. So anybody who was recruited in that place was likely to think that he had a very, very profitable and legitimate venture. So most of the Nigerians, that was what they thought they were into, but just to later discover that it was something else.
I am surprised in the sense that they have the audacity to set up such a big cybercrime operation in the heart of Victoria Island in Lagos. But the issue of being in plain sight, it is actually not in plain sight. They have taken steps to cover their track that if you don't actually know, you will never know that that is what is happening. Now, in the building that they rented, the fence, they used some metal sheets to cover the whole of the face of the building and painted it black. There is no one walking across the street. You look to the side of the building, you will get an idea of what is happening because it's completely blocked. Now, they have a hostel where they house the Nigerian cyber criminals. They ferry them from that location in buses that have tinted glasses. So they will move them from the hostel, check them into the premises, and then they proceed to their office. Just walking by, anybody casually walking by would never know that that type of criminal activity is taking place. And I think the main reason why people got to know is because they are always looking for new employees. So because people come to take the test, so that's how the word began to go around that this is happening in so place. So it's actually in plain sight, but it's pretty much concealed that the ordinary person on the street will not actually know.
In all, 792 suspects were arrested in Operation Eagle Flush. They include 148 Chinese, 40 Filipinos, 2 Kazakhstanis, 1 Pakistani and 1 Indonesian. The others are Nigerians.
For us to discover that a syndicate of such a large number was operating in an environment, going in and out, I mean foreigners for that matter, every day was a bit of a surprise for me. And nobody alerted us until, we got actionable intelligence by ourselves and we acted on it. So whichever way you look at it, I think it was something that actually got the nation jolted, as it were, and also got us jolted. Because you discover that nowhere has such number of arrests been made in one single operation.
Our blockchain analysis of the activities revealed that their funding was coming from another fraudulent activity. We discovered that there was one Conti.iv in that particular scheme. It's a foreign scheme. It was done abroad. And then our investigation revealed that in that scheme, they had raked in over $97 million. And then it is from that fund that was sent to a particular wallet. And then in USDT, digital currency. And that money came in, and then it was cashed into fiat currency here in Nigeria. And that was what they used to establish the business in Nigeria.
Most of the funds were received using cryptocurrency. It's a team that worked on that. Despite their best effort, I don't think they will be able to uncover exactly the total amount of funds that were defrauded. What I learned from the informant is that if the team has succeeded in defrauding any victim, a bonus is usually shared. And then if it's the hit is actually big, the bonus will be given to virtually everybody. They are shared in different flows, different wings. So they just share the bonus to them.
Operatives of EFCC combed the entire floors of the complex, retrieving a trove of evidence confirming this was a sophisticated international crime syndicate with elaborate infrastructure in place being used to carry out their crimes.
They've been attacking our telecoms infrastructure. They have their base station. They came with about 2 base stations that we discovered. We have confiscated them, where they can make calls here with to an American line, and you will see they are calling from US. Yeah, you think that call is initiated, is generated from US itself. You know, when you are making an international call, that's a way they think. But with their own, if you call you think they are in US. Yes, we confiscated over about 260 something foreign lines, over 500 Nigerian ATM telecoms card, SIM card, activated, ready to be used.
We saw that they were using over 1,500 desktops to perpetrate this. And we also stumbled on over 400 mobile phones they were using for this. We also discovered that they were using over 3,000 SIM cards. So their modus is, once you get those victims, those numbers were bombed, and then you've started communicating with the numbers, with the people. They start cajoling them into romantic conversations, and then get their attentions. And once you get their attention, you now tell them about this phantom business or investment platform that they offer. And then they ask their victims to register on their platform, which is www.yoto.com. So once you register on that platform, you're already part of them. It's assumed that you are into investment with them and everything. But for you to register on that particular platform, you have to pay some money. It is from $35 upward, $35.50. So you can just imagine bumping like maybe 100 people per day, and maybe even if you end up with about 50 or 20 per day, and you raise that kind of registration fee, it's a lot of money over time. So, and that was their modus operandi. They were using impersonation, particularly to achieve what they were doing. And then they were also changing their location through an advanced VPN technology, where they can choose to tell you they are communicating with you from London, from Germany, from Italy, or wherever. It is a deeper look that you now discover that all these communications are coming from Nigeria because the IP addresses are indicating Nigeria, thereby destroying the image of this country, damaging our image internationally.
They have some foreign females whose pictures that they use in the building. If there is a need to chat with the victims, those females are there whose pictures have been used in the profile. There is a phone line that is linked to each desktop computer that is used in the fraudulent activity that they can use to direct the communication. They have studios set up with ring lights inside that gives the proper ambience or vibe, as we may say in our street slang, that this lady is real, that you are talking to a person who is real. And there are also formats that we have encountered within the building, directing people how to start the communication, what name to use, which county to pretend that you are from, in order to win the confidence of the victim that is on the other side. It's really organized. One doesn't need to have any background in cybercrime or this street criminality for one to be able to succeed. All one has to do is to follow those instructions. There is day 1, this is what you tell him. Day 2, this is what you tell. Day 3, very much organized. Very much organized.
All the suspects would later be moved to the EFCC Directorate in Lagos for proper profiling in preparation for the arraignment in court. But managing the sheer number of the suspects was no mean feat.
Despite the fact that we may have made some operational plans, but the operation, because of the large number of people, over 700 or getting to almost 800 people were arrested in one instant. And then when you have like that large number of people, how much number of operatives do you need to have on ground to control that large number of people? And knowing us Nigerians who we are and the potential for us to become unruly when we are in large numbers. So it was really something that I will forever cherish, kind of, with the challenge that we face and how we were able to overcome it.
Many of the suspects have since been taken to court on charges bordering on cybercrime, cyberterrorism, identity theft, among others. Over 100 of them, all foreigners, have now been convicted and sentenced.
Actually, as of 25th of July, about 183 have been convicted. 183. We just have about 7 left. And even out of the 7, 4 have applied to plea bargain and all of that. So we have recorded the substantial resources in the prosecution. Yes, we also had some assets forfeited, some virtual assets, crypto assets worth about $200,000. Also, we have been able to secure the the forfeiture of over 1,500 computers and over 4,000 mobile phones. Over 4,000 mobile phones that were confiscated from these people. So you can imagine the extent of these nefarious activities being carried out by these folks. So by and large, we have recorded substantial success in this investigation and prosecution. And I think without being immodest, it's a world record.
As it is now, there are some that are proceeding to full trial, those who have chosen to face and defend the charges against them. And there are some that have chosen to plea bargain. So those who have chosen to go for the full trial are undergoing their trials. They are having their days in court. Those who have chosen to plea bargain, we have disposed of that, and there are still some more in the queue.
Before anybody would want to go into a plea bargain, you must be certain that you have done your work absolute to the best of your ability, and that the evidence that you have presented are compelling to the extent that they feel that it will be a waste of time for them to go to a full trial. And that is the situation that we find ourselves in. We were able to gather enough evidence to confront them with, and all of them know that they are mostly involved in this crime. With the evidence that you have, a number of them just felt there was no need stretching the legal process, and they came up to plead guilty to the charges that were filed against them.
With the convictions comes a sense of fulfillment for the officers behind the landmark operation.
I am fulfilled because all the effort that we have put into this work is finally yielding result. First of all, it's sending a clear message to the foreigners who are luring our youth into this type of activities that it cannot be tolerated. Secondly, the youth too are also learning that partaking in this criminal activity will not help them, hence making them to change their trajectory into something that is more positive. So if you look at it and the perception across the globe about Nigeria, now it creates the sense that Nigeria is actually doing something to get rid of this type of criminal activities. So I am fulfilled. We have put a lot of effort. We have not let our chairman down. We have brought honor to all the promises that he has made to help Nigerians to fight this type of criminal activities are fulfilled before his very eyes.
Now with this investigation and with the success rate of the prosecution, and the whole world should know that Nigeria will not tolerate such nefarious activities. Nigeria will not be allowed itself to be turned to a safe haven for these criminals. And EFCC will do everything possible to get them at any time, anywhere, and will expose their nefarious activities and ensure that they are prosecuted.
Eagle Flush was not just an operation. It was a powerful statement by Nigeria's anti-graft police that there will be no hiding place for cyber criminals in Nigeria.
It's one of the great landmarks of the EFCC airport, because out there, the impression that people are having globally is that it is only Nigerians that are perpetuating internet fraud, that are perpetuating all sorts of financial and dubious thing in Nigeria, in the name of Nigeria.
SDGs 新聞の取材に来ました。よろしくお願いします。
どうぞ座ってください。
ありがとうございます。金井さんではどのような SDGs に取り組んでいるんですか？
私のところではですね、今までプラスチックに入っていた鉢をプラスチックから古紙再生紙とかチップを使った器に少しずつ変えてきています。
白衣小5年の梅川さなです。
細江春です。
赤坂和音です。今日は SDGs 新聞の
記者として商店街に
行ってきます。
ここ浅尾さんのところではどんな SDGs に取り組んでいるんですか？
当店では SDGs に関して取り組んでいることは、地元の食材を使ってお菓子を製造しています。
地元の食材を使ってお菓子を作ることでどのような SDGs に関わっているんですか？
そうですね。地元の食材を使うってことで、15番の陸の豊かさを守ろう。材料を郵送する時に使う CO2、二酸化炭素の排出量が減ることによって、環境に優しい。
今日はありがとうございました。
金とかプラチナっていうのは本当に貴重な商品なもんですから、それをやっぱりリサイクル再生をして新しい商品にしていくということは大切な仕事取り組みだと思ってます。
金井さんはさ、14番と15じゃない？
15番が土に帰るポットで、
14がゴミレジ袋やね。
浅尾さんのところやったら
地元の農家さんの思いを生かしてお菓子を作るって書いてあるから住み続けられるまちづくりを入っとるんじゃないの。
この新聞は金井さんのことを書いています。今までのポットはそのまま残ってなんか地球にマイナスなことをしとったけど、これは地球にとっていいことをしとったから、そういう驚いたことをいろいろ書いてみました。
それぞれの思いとかがあっていろいろ工夫をしてやっているってことが分かったので、私も SDGs を身の回りでどんなふうにやっているのかまた調べていきたいなと思いました。
相手の気持ちを考えたり環境に優しいものを作っとったり、これから私も積極的に SDGs に参加したりしようと思いました。ここやん。
ここやんね。
こんにちは。
こんにちは。
SDGs 新聞の取材に来ました。よろしくお願いします。
どうぞ座ってください。
ありがとうございます。金井さんではどのような SDGs に取り組んでいるんですか？
私のところではですね、今までプラスチックに入っていた鉢をプラスチックから古紙再生紙とかチップを使った器に少しずつ変えてきています。
白衣小5年の梅川さなです。
細江春です。
赤坂和音です。今日は SDGs 新聞の
記者として商店街に
行ってきます。
ここ浅尾さんのところではどんな SDGs に取り組んでいるんですか？
当店では SDGs に関して取り組んでいることは、地元の食材を使ってお菓子を製造しています。
地元の食材を使ってお菓子を作ることでどのような SDGs に関わっているんですか？
そうですね、地元の食材を使うってことで、15番の、陸の豊かさを守ろう、材料を郵送する時に使う CO2、二酸化炭素の排出量が減ることによって、環境に優しい。
今日はありがとうございました。
金とかプラチナっていうのは本当に貴重な商品なもんですから、それをやっぱりリサイクル再生をして新しい商品にしていくということは大切な仕事取り組みだと思ってます。
金井さんはさ、14番と15じゃない？
15番が土に帰るポットで、
14がゴミレジ袋やね。
浅尾さんのところやったら
地元の農家さんの思いを生かしてお菓子を作るって書いてあるから住み続けられるまちづくりを入っとるんじゃないの？
この新聞は金井さんのことを書いています。今までのポットはそのまま残ってなんか地球にマイナスなことをしとったけど、これは地球にとっていいことをしとったから、そういう驚いたことをいろいろ書いてみました。
それぞれの思いとかがあっていろいろ工夫をしてやっているってことが分かったので、私も SDGs を身の回りでどんなふうにやっているのかまた調べていきたいなと思いました。
相手の気持ちを考えたり環境に優しいものを作っとったり、これから私も積極的に SDGs に参加したりしようと思いました。
and welcome to 360 Health on TV360 Nigeria. This is where we break down complex health issues, explore medical insights, and share practical tips to help you live healthier and stay informed. I am your host, Joy Uchejem. Now let's begin with news stories in the health sector. France has recorded its first confirmed Ebola infection after a medical doctor who recently traveled from the Democratic Republic of Congo tested positive upon return. The case marks the first instance of the virus being detected on French soil during the ongoing outbreak, which has also spread to Uganda. Health authorities noted that while France previously treated Ebola patients during the 2014 West Africa outbreak, those cases were diagnosed outside the country before transfer. The French Health Ministry confirmed the development, stating that it had identified a first positive case of Ebola virus disease on national territory. Now, the Ebola outbreak in eastern Congo has now surpassed 1,000 confirmed cases, with officials reporting 254 deaths as of the last weekend. Congo's Ministry of Health confirmed 1,003 cases and 100 recoveries since the epidemic was declared on May 15th in Ituri province. Caused by the rare Bundibugyo virus, for which no vaccines or treatments currently exist, the outbreak is among the worst recorded in its initial phase. Officials admit that more cases may remain undetected and that the peak is still ahead. Contact tracing remains a major challenge, with local authorities achieving more than 55% coverage. And now in Nigeria, the federal government has inaugurated a presidential task force on Ebola virus disease preparedness as part of efforts to sustain Nigeria's zero-case status and strengthen the country's capacity to respond to potential outbreaks. Speaking at the inauguration at the State House, the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, who chairs the task force, says there are currently no reported cases of Ebola in Nigeria. He said the government is intensifying preventive measures to ensure the country remains free of the disease, while positioning Nigeria to take a leading role in epidemic preparedness and response across Africa. Now let's break down the facts about Nigeria's preparedness efforts to maintain the nation's zero-case status. I am now being joined by Assistant Professor at the First Moscow State Medical University, Dr. Angel Consuelo. Thank you for joining us. Now, the head of Nigeria's NCDC recently said Nigeria is about 59% ready to combat any Ebola outbreak. What does that mean in practice? What key factors and indicators are used to determine whether a country is truly prepared to detect and contain as well as manage an Ebola outbreak?
Right, thank you for the question. So when NCDC, the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, or any public health official says a country is 59% prepared, they're referring to how prepared they are, not the actual measure of safety. It means they have the good systems in place that are working, but there still remains some gaps. So Ebola preparedness is evaluated by laboratory capacity, well-trained healthcare workers, isolation and treatment facilities, amongst many other, evaluation steps. So in practical sense, being 59% ready could mean they have a well-functioned laboratory and emergency facility or structure, but perhaps a lack of trained healthcare workers. However, the real test of preparedness is how quick a country can identify the first case, isolate the patient, track contacts, and prevent transmission.
Now, beyond being 59% ready, what concrete steps should Nigeria take immediately to close the remaining preparedness gap?
So, Nigeria has valuable experience from successfully containing the 2014 Ebola outbreak, famously thanks to Dr. Ameyo Adedovo and her team. However, preparedness requires constant investment. So there are several actions I believe can be prioritized, like healthcare facilities across all states should be able to rapidly identify any suspected areas, any suspected cases, right? Doctors, nurses, laboratory personnel, and healthcare workers should receive regular training, like robust regular training. Diagnostic laboratories should have sufficient amount of equipment to test samples rapidly and safely. There should also be increase of PPEs, that is personal protective equipment like masks, goggles, face shields, what else, and disinfectants, right? So there should also be strengthened border control and like travel surveillance by maintaining screening protocols at entry points. Finally, or maybe not yet finally, there should be an enhancement of public information. Like my motto is, there is nothing to be feared, just understood. I believe enlightening the public about the outbreak reduces any fear and misinformation. Well, finally, I think we should simulate an actual outbreak. I think there's a lot that can be done, but let's just use these few. There should be a simulation of an actual outbreak. This would help to identify gaps of unpreparedness.
Now, with Ebola cases reported in Eastern Africa and one case in France now, what specific steps should ordinary Nigerians take right now to protect themselves? And what early warning signs should people actually look out for? And what is the most important thing to do if they suspect exposure?
Right, thank you for the question. So for Nigerians, the immediate risk is low, but we should still remain on our toes. So you mentioned prevention steps, early signs, and what to do when exposed. Prevention steps are hygiene. Regular hygiene should be practiced. Avoid contact with any bodily fluids like semen, like sweat, Do not travel to affected regions, but if you must, seek medical attention if any symptoms arises. Avoid handling dead bodies with protection. Follow updates, firstly and primarily from NCDC and other public health organizations like Ms. Niniolo Soloye's Public Health Organization in respect of our hero, Dr. Adedova, and avoid misinformation from social media, especially social media or any other platform. So for the signs to look out for: sudden fever, severe weakness, headache, muscles or joint pain, and sore throat. Now, if there's vomiting, diarrhea, bleeding of any kind, or being easily bruised, that would mean that there's a progression of the disease and immediate medical attention is needed. It is important to mention that these symptoms resemble typhoid fever, malaria, influenza, COVID, and many other common diseases. My advice is to interrogate the patient if they've been to affected areas and to perform a PCR or antigen detection test to confirm suspicion. Now, if exposure is indeed suspected, I recommend DSN. D, do not panic. S, seek immediate medical attention, and N, notify health authorities as soon as possible. Early isolation, testing, and monitoring can protect both the individual and the wider community. The sooner public health teams are alerted, the greater the chance of preventing further spread.
Yes, now, when we look at the rising number of Ebola cases in Congo and other East African countries, one thing is clear: prevention, vigilance, and rapid response remains critical in managing the public health threats. A big thank you to our guest, Assistant Professor at the First Moscow State Medical University, Dr. Angel Consuelo, for sharing valuable insights. And that wraps up today's edition of 360 Health on TV360 Nigeria. I am Joy Ucheje. Until next time, stay healthy.
When we think about peacekeeping, it often seems like peacekeeping missions are failing. But if we looked systematically across the record, most of the time, peacekeeping works. What I want to do today is to explain how peacekeepers do this. We have 16 peer-reviewed studies right now that all show the same thing. Peacekeepers save lives. They reduce the likelihood that civil wars will recur. They also help to achieve peace agreements. Where there's a promise of peacekeepers, we are more likely to see a peace agreement, and peace agreements that stick. If we look at the completed missions since the end of the Cold War, 2/3 of the time, peacekeepers have been successful at implementing their mandates and departing. That's not to say that in all of those cases, everything is perfect in the countries, but it is to say that they're no longer at war. This idea of using troops from lots of different countries, not to fight and win wars, but to help to keep the peace, was born during the peace negotiations in the Middle East in 1948. This idea was an innovation in human history. One of the main creators of UN peacekeeping is Dr. Ralph Bunche. Ralph Bunche was an American diplomat. For his work at the United Nations, he won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1950. He and others came up with this idea of peacekeeping, that what troops would do is they would deploy impartially, so they would not take sides. They would deploy with the consent of the belligerents, so the belligerents would actually ask peacekeepers to help them implement peace agreements. Namibia is a country that has experienced tremendous hardship. It's had multiple colonial rulers. It's had a genocide. It's been victim of regional war, of civil war. But surprisingly, Namibia has not fallen victim to this tremendously difficult history. At the end of the Cold War, there was a complex and highly innovative UN peacekeeping mission, 40% women, and the main form of power they exercised was persuasion. Peacekeepers were there to help reform the political system. Nobody had ever voted in an election before. Peacekeepers were helping to inform citizens of their rights, of what it means to elect their own leaders.
We are very proud. This is an important moment for us, but a historic moment for the Namibian people. That for the first time in 105 years, they are able to sit down, their leaders are able to sit down together and deliberate on the future of their country.
In the complex missions in civil wars, peacekeepers are not only monitoring ceasefire lines, they are also helping to rebuild the basic institutions of the state. They're helping to demobilize troops. They help reform judicial systems, economic systems, so that when people have disputes, they don't have to resort to violence to resolve them. We know that there is a problem of sexual exploitation and abuse in peacekeeping. The UN has been taking measures to prevent peacekeepers from committing acts of sexual violence. Some people have been fired. Entire battalions have been sent home. We now have mechanisms to make sure that victims feel safe to report peacekeeper sexual abuse and exploitation. If we look at Lebanon as another example, the primary form of power that peacekeepers exercise and continue to exercise today is inducement. On one side of the border, we have the Israeli Defense Forces. On the other side of the blue line, we have Hezbollah and other armed actors. And in the midst of all this, we have thousands of UN peacekeepers.
I love my job. I have passion for mine action. One reason is to give confidence back to the community, the landowners, the stakeholders that yes, indeed, this area has been cleared. And if I can save one life, that means I succeeded.
UN peacekeepers help to keep the peace, not because anyone fears them, but they do see the advantage of having UN peacekeepers, inducing people to move toward peace. I've seen myself peacekeepers in action. For example, in southern Lebanon, we often see peacekeepers patrolling on foot. They walk around the local communities. They visit the markets. They talk to people. They'll talk to the imam. They'll talk to other local leaders. They'll set up a medical clinic or provide dentistry services. They also provide a lot of employment in southern Lebanon. If we look systematically across the cases, peacekeepers are helping people in their everyday lives move from a situation where there's war and violent conflict to a situation where there's more peace.
Peace came to the greatest city of the New World, and peace came to the world.
New York City in 1945, in the period immediately after World War II, it was a period of great excitement as well as great anxiety. One of the reasons was the creation of the United Nations. People had great hope that we would have an organization that would help us to not have so many conflicts, not have so much violence in the world. The United Nations was the concept of President Franklin Roosevelt. It was his idea that there needed to be an organization where nations could bring their conflicts, their disagreements, their challenges to an environment, to a setting where they could resolve them without resorting to arms. And that we would have a world that didn't have so much conflict in it anymore.
There were many who doubted that agreement could ever be reached by these 50 countries, differing so much in race and religion, in language and culture. But these differences were all forgotten in one unshakable unity of determination to find a way to end war.
That was the great hope of the United Nations, and New York was already by then considered the capital of the world. It was the largest, most important port in the world, and it seemed to fit with the United Nations. And so to bring it here seemed to cement its position as the most important city in the entire world. And for that reason, the city wanted it. And also, the mayor at the time was himself an Irish immigrant. That was Mayor William O'Dwyer. And he believed that America was a place where people could have great hopes and achieve them, and that people from every walk of life, every nation under the sun, could come to New York with hopes and aspirations for a better life. And he made it very clear that he, as the mayor of the city, was very intent on doing whatever was necessary to bring the United Nations here. Ultimately, the efforts to find a place for the United Nations was probably the highest profile real estate transaction ever in the history of the world. And there was intense competition. Philadelphia, Boston, they wanted it. There was a bid in San Francisco to put it on the Pacific coast. And there was a lot of reason to think that Philadelphia was going to become the permanent site of the United Nations. Nelson Rockefeller didn't like that idea. And at that point, Mayor O'Dwyer and Nelson Rockefeller were very involved in a very rapid transaction to buy a parcel of land on the east side of Manhattan of about 6 blocks long, right on the East River, to give it to the United Nations. And Nelson Rockefeller convinced his father, John D. Rockefeller Jr., at the time, probably the richest man in the world, to give a gift to the United Nations of $8.5 million. and the United Nations decided to come to New York City.
The future of this country and the lives of our children and our children's children are interwoven with the success of the United Nations. In it lies the hope of the people of the world.
Rockefeller was very much for the idea of having the UN in New York, having the headquarters in the US, but specifically in New York City, for many reasons. He was a big believer in multinationalism. He was a big believer in the organization itself, because he believed in this idea and he wanted the UN to be in New York City. The presence of the UN in New York made New York the political global capital of the world. And the city of New York offered a lot to the UN and facilitated the creation of the UN in New York City. Not only land, but also financial support during the time that it took for the design and the building of the current headquarters as we know it today.
When the United Nations was first established, they needed some place to hold a meeting. And in New York City, Hunter College, which was owned by the city by then, the city made that available to the United Nations.
Hunter College in New York's Bronx houses the Security Council meeting of the United Nations organization until the establishment of its permanent headquarters. These are the men upon whose deliberations rests the world's hope for peace and security. The former gymnasium has been transformed into a handsome council chamber.
It's a gym. There are baskets, there are volleyball nets, there are bleachers, and yet in a period of approximately 15 days, New York City workmen, electricians, carpenters were able to transform this into a beautiful setting for the Security Council to hold its meetings starting in March of 1946. People lined up overnight to get tickets for admission to observe the UN sessions. The fact that there were delegates from all over the world and there was press from all over the world meant a great deal to the Bronx and to the residents of the Bronx. Among the many issues the United Nations Security Council had to deal with in the spring of 1946, the first priority was Iran.
11 members of the United Nations Security Council meeting in New York hold a dramatic session to discuss the Russian-Iranian situation.
Our case is now before you, and we want it to remain there until a just settlement has been reached within the spirit of the Charter.
In addition to needing a space where the United Nations could conduct business, the hundreds of diplomats, probably ultimately thousands even then, were going to need a place to stay. So the city had to make an accommodation, and they determined to build a village to skirt a very sensitive problem. New York at the time was highly segregated, and many of the diplomats who were coming from other countries had dark skin. And so it was unclear that they were going to have an easy time finding housing of the kind to which they might be accustomed. And so there needed to be housing that would be suitable for diplomats at a time when New York City was substantially segregated. And so this village was the solution that the city came up with. And they were prepared to invest quite a lot to make it happen.
Parkway Village was mostly used as housing for UN staff, including at that time high level like Ralph Bunche. But the most important thing is that the UN wanted an area where its staff could all live together, no matter where they came from. UNIS, also the United Nations International School, had a school in Parkway Village where children of all these delegates, diplomats, could go to school together. It was really a community that reflected the ideals of the United Nations. And there are still people living in Parkway Village today, and the residents are still very proud of the area they live in.
It's important to look back and understand what the UN has accomplished. It hasn't solved every issue, it hasn't solved every problem. There are still wars going on in the world. But there's also been a tremendous amount of progress.
I have no doubt that the United Nations is where it belongs. Still, New York City is the great immigrant city of the world. It's a statement that the city makes that people from all walks of life, from all parts of the world, every race, every color, every creed, that we can all work together and get along.
TV360 will give you a complete dose of everything: opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues. Hello and welcome. I am Deji Badimasi. Civic Tech Organization Budget has just released its 2026 analysis of the federal government approved budget for this year. And of course, its findings are actually not palatable. They're not palatable at all. Now, despite Nigeria's rising budgets, development outcomes remain weak and implementation gaps persist. That's according to budget. Successive budgets now have actually grown significantly in nominal terms, with ambitious revenue projections, but execution challenges remain, especially in capital expenditure, where many projects are delayed or rolled over. Let's take a look, for instance, at the Nigerian government 2026 budget overview. Now, the total expenditure for the 2026 budget is 68.32 trillion naira. This is the highest budget Nigeria has ever recorded in history. Is the highest we've ever had at any time. And it reflects, of course, the scale of planned government spending for the fiscal year. On the revenue side, the government, of course, expects to generate, that's it, 36.87 trillion naira. Now, you look at this is just almost about half of this. So the government wants to spend 68.32 trillion naira, and what it hopes to raise in terms of revenue is 36.87 trillion naira. So that actually highlights the significant gap now between income and planned expenditure. The result is a budget deficit of about 31.45 trillion naira. So you have a budget deficit of 31.45 trillion naira. The next question is, where is this money going to come from? How does the government make up? How does the government generate this to make up for the total expenditure? Of course, that budget deficit, of course, underscores continued reliance on borrowing and fiscal balancing measures to fund national obligations. Now, in terms of development spending, capital allocation, of course, got 32.28 trillion naira. That's quite massive on the face of it. But that would also be dependent on if the government is able to generate to meet its revenue target and is able to borrow this huge amount of money. So for the government to spend 32.28 trillion naira would actually depend, as I said, on the government raising this amount of money in terms of the revenue that it expects to come in, and then being able to borrow this huge sum of money. And some people have said, look, this capital allocation is quite ambitious because we know that at the end of the day, as we've had on several occasions, even the budget of last year, for instance, at some point, we were told that towards the end of last year, that the government had not generated even up to 30% of its revenue target. So this is a huge revenue target for the government, and for the government to be able to spend this huge amount of money on capital allocation now, that's in terms of infrastructure and all of that, it has to struggle to raise that amount of money. So these amounts, that's the 32.28 trillion naira, actually represents funds now, as I said, earmarked for infrastructure and growth-driven projects across key sectors of the economy. Now, budget notes that debt servicing and recurring spending continue to dominate budget implementation, leaving limited space for infrastructure and social investment. It also raises concern over what it calls unrealistic revenue assumptions and legislative insertions that distort priorities and inflate budget figures. I mean, those, of course, budget identified in its report. Now, according to budget again, these structural issues have actually widened the gap between approved budgets and actual development impacts, raising fresh concerns about fiscal discipline, credibility, and implementation effectiveness. Now, this is for the federal government. Remember, the various states of the country, 36 of them would naturally come out. I mean, would come out with their own budget, of course. And the same problems that the federal budget faces, those same problems, the state budgets actually face them. But of course, the analysis of budget is on the federal government 2026 budget. So we're going to take a short break now. And when we come back, I will be speaking with the head of research and policy advisory of budget. Stay with us and don't go away. TV360 will give you a complete dose of everything: opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues. Welcome back. Joining me now to dissect that report by budget is the head of research and policy advisory of the organization, Engineer Adejoke Akimbode. Thank you very much, Engineer Akimbode, for talking to us on TV360. Let's look at your analysis now. Quite forthright and quite straightforward. Our budget this year, of course, no doubt, the highest we've ever had in the history of the country. One of the issues, key issues that you raised in your in your analysis is the issue of implementation, and then very importantly, how the government intends to generate that huge amount of revenue. Almost half of the budget. Now, try to explain those concerns so that we can really understand, because it's an ambitious budget. The revenue, of course, is also ambitious, but meeting those targets are always difficult, as we've seen with budgets in the past.
Thank you very much for having me. I mean, when we talk about revenue generation, it's not just us, we know that it's good to be ambitious, it's good to project the amount that you think the country can generate in a year, right? But if you look at how the country has performed in revenue generation in the past, then I think government needs to be realistic. It's been very difficult for us to meet our revenue projections over the year. For example, we are still implementing the 2025 budget, as at June 2025, what Nigeria generated last year was 10.9 trillion naira, and that projected around 36 trillion naira for revenue for last year. So when we couldn't even generate half of the projection by June, then definitely by the end of December, there's no way we could have generated the whole amount. And that is how it has been over the years. So if you are projecting a revenue of around 36 trillion naira for 2026, there is no assurance that we are going to generate up to that by the end of the year. And it's because of our revenue projection that increases our deficits. And of course, at the end of the day, the more deficits we have, the lesser money that you have for capital investments. So it is, it's just looking at our performance over the years to say that, our revenue projection is never been realistic. They're not always realistic in revenue generation. And of course, I want to talk about implementation of capital projects. I mean, the issue now is even as of today, we are still implementing the 2025 capital project.
Yes.
Right. So when do we want to start implementing 2026 capital expenditure? And, they kept on moving it from March 31st to June 30th. Now they've said they are moving it again to the end of September. So when do you now want to start implementing 2026 capital investments? Right. So, and let's even assume that, yes, they start implementing 2026 capital investments. We've always had issue of abandoned projects, uncompleted projects. And that's because by the time they, pay our debts, recurrent expenditure is a must to expect to pay, right? You have to pay salaries, overhead costs. Then there's little money left for capital investments. And that is why you see a lot of uncompleted projects. And that's because instead of government to say, okay, so the money we have now, can we just focus on, let's say, these 50 projects, that this amount of money can actually, finish these projects. They spread it across several projects and probably, start releasing funds 30%, 40%, 20% to different projects. And at the end of the year, you have several projects that are uncompleted, right? So instead of maybe putting like thousands of projects in the budget in a year, can we focus on, let's say, 100 projects, 200 projects that government is very sure that they can actually, complete instead of having abandoned projects. And that's why you look at our budget over the years, you see projects same set of projects occurring in the budget ongoing, because a lot of projects, they're ongoing for several years. And that's because they release little funds in a year for these projects, right? So I think the first thing for the government is to be realistic with our budget. I mean, it's good to be ambitious, and Nigeria is not like this revenue that they project. It's not like it's too much for us to make, but in as much as we've never made the actual amount that we always project, can we just sit down? Government should sit down and actually look at their books again and be realistic with their budgets projections.
Now, I mean, you look at the budget deficit, almost 32 trillion naira, and that clearly suggests that we're definitely going to borrow more, because it's difficult to see how this deficit can actually, that gap now can actually be plugged without borrowing. And so obviously, we're definitely, the government would have to borrow more, right, to be able to plug that deficit.
Yes, definitely they will borrow more, and in the budget that actually indicated where the deficit will be coming from. They said that they will borrow. Of course, there will be domestic borrowings, there will be external borrowings, that's foreign borrowings, right? And also we have there are some assets that they want to sell. So they've said there will be revenue from sales of assets and some privatization proceeds as well, and also some loans that are tied.
They always say that anyway.
Yes. So they didn't really break down the specific places where these borrowings these deficit financing sources will actually come from, but they've categorized them into these three categories, obviously. But for us to be able to finance our deficits, we will definitely borrow. I mean, when President Tinubu was presenting the budget to the National Assembly, he had even requested for a 6 billion external borrowing to that same day, which was approved by the National Assembly. So of course, to finance our deficits, they always borrow funds, but what they don't do is to give us the specific breakdown of where these borrowings will come from, right? And I mean, and it's not a crime it's not a crime to take loans. It's not a crime to borrow money. It's just that what exactly, how do they utilize these funds? What do they use these borrowings, these loans for? That should be our main concern, actually.
Is it? There's something I've always thought about. Is it difficult to budget based on what we actually have, based on the amount of resources available to us? Is it not a wise thing to do? Is it something difficult to do? Because every year the budget keeps going up. But the truth is that you look at the available, I mean, what is available to us now in terms of finance, you begin to ask yourself, why can't we plan around what we have?
Of course, I don't think it's difficult to plan around what we have, right? And even if you want to plan beyond what we have, I mean, Nigeria is not the only country that borrows money to finance its budgets, right? So even if you are planning beyond what you have, it should be there should be capex in the amount of money you want to borrow, and that there are policies to these things. Just that the government do not follow most of these policies, right? And if borrowing way beyond what you have is not bad, but what are you utilizing these loans for? Right? If citizens can see that, okay, so this is how much the government is borrowing, and these are the investments that they're actually, using these funds for. A lot of projects, a lot of infrastructures that they can actually use these loans for, that can actually pay back these loans in a couple of years. If you invest in projects that can actually, even if they cannot pay back the complete loans that was spent on them, right? At least some of parts of these loans. But because governments do not effectively and efficiently utilize these loans, and that's where the issue lies in Nigeria, right? So our budgeting system has so many flaws. Right from the planning stage, yes, they can actually plan around our resources, what we have. But then if they feel like they want to go beyond our resources, the projections, they want to increase the projections, there should be limitation to the increment in the projections. It's not just calling each amount of figures every year as our budget, something that we've never met. The revenue projections we've never met. Our capital expenditure is always at the blunt end of everything, because at the end of the day, after paying salaries, after paying your overhead costs, then there's little left for capital investments. And the only way citizens can actually gain back from the government is from capital investments. That is how government can give back to the citizens. So at the end of the day, there's really nothing or little or nothing that the citizens is benefiting from the government. I mean, we have our key sectors like health, education, that governments, do not even pay attention to as much as they should. So it's something that the government, I believe they know what to do, right? They actually know what to do when it comes to our budgeting system. But it's just that this is an habit that has been going on over the years. They just, sit down and just call one figure and say, oh, this is our budget for 2026. This is how much revenue is going to be. And at the end of the day, you already know that this thing is not realistic enough. So you can plan around what you have, or maybe a little above what you have, but there should be limits to what you are projecting.
And so most times, and what we've seen over the years, especially when it comes to oil production benchmarks, I mean, we project beyond what we can actually produce. But something else, I mean, that we've always seen with our budgets, there's this fanfare anytime it comes to the presentation of the budget. The figures are thrown out there. Everybody sees the figure and everything. But when it comes to capital releases, everywhere goes silent. The government goes silent. We do not know how much, for instance, has been released to what ministry and for what project and all of that. It's something that you highlighted in your analysis, and that's very important, that there needs to be transparency and openness when it comes to capital releases, so that people know what has been released for what. Can you expatiate on that, please?
Yeah, so because a lot of times when people look at some budget figures, okay, so they've allocated an amount of money to Ministry of Education, for example, right? At the end of the year, people just put that figure in their head and a lot of people believe that, oh, so this is how much government allocated to the Ministry of Education in 2025. But what they do not know is that that amount did not actually get to the Ministry of Education. So probably at the end of the day, it's just 40% of funds that got to the Ministry of Education. But because we have what we call budget implementation reports, right? That ideally should be released on a quarterly basis. But if you look at the budget implementation reports, a lot of times it's not always explicit enough. And they do not, they do not actually state the amount that was released at the end of the day to each ministries. And this is not good enough, because citizens will not be able to understand that, yes, they allocated, let's say, 100 billion to Ministry of Education in 2025, but only 30 billion got to Ministry of Education, right? So at the end of the day, most of these projects that are in the, for each ministries, for each MDAs, they are unable to implement them because they did not get full release of funds to them. So what they need to, our budget implementation report needs to be very explicit in how much each ministries got at the end of the year for us to ascertain that, okay, so truly Ministry of Education only got 30% of from the allocation in the year, and that is why the projects, these are the amounts of projects they could actually, fund in the year. So because I don't think there's any ministry that actually gets its total allocation in a year. Because of course, where will government get the funds to pay full allocation to ministries when we cannot meet our revenue?
But the problem is that citizens do not know this. Most citizens do not know this because people just run with those figures that have been released. And sometimes when some ministries or some projects get stalled, people just don't understand what's gone wrong.
Yeah, and that is where we've always preached transparency and accountability from the government side. If government is actually, if they don't have anything to hide, if they're transparent enough, and of course they should be, ideally they should be accountable to us, to citizens. So if they're transparent enough and let us know that, oh, so Ministry of Education only got 20% of their allocation, I think citizens will be okay. So it's not the Ministry of Education's fault that they couldn't implement their budgets completely in a year. But because governments on their part, they're not even, whatever they're hiding, they are not transparent to the citizens. So our citizens will not even believe when MPs are saying, oh, we didn't get our full allocation, this is how much government released, right? So it just boils down to being transparent. There's nothing, ideally, there's nothing for government to, why are they hiding these figures? I know how many years it even took civil society organizations to fight before government started publishing its budget documents. In the past, nobody even knows what is in the budget. Nobody knows. They just tell us the figure and that is it. But budget and other CSOs, advocated for this, they fought for it in the past, and then they started publishing these documents, right? So and that's one step to being transparent from the government side, but it is not enough. Because everything that pertains to our budget should actually be transparent. And of course, to the last kobo that the government spends in our budget, they should be accountable to citizens.
And we're talking about federal budgets here. I don't know if you have taken a look at some of the budgets of states.
Yeah, so we also, try as much as possible to analyze state budgets. We have a department, a budget, our open government and OGIP that actually deals with state budgets, and work with states more. So we look at of course, most states actually have their budgets on their websites, and we look at their figures too. So of course, it's also difficult for states to implement their full budgets in a year. So I would say that the same issue that we have with the federal government also relates, the states can relate to that as well. But their budgets are out there that anybody can pick, and it's not as bulky as the federal government's, but the federal government's budget is over 2,500 pages. But the state budget is not as bulky as that. But of course, we analyze state budgets, we look at their figures, how much they allocate to MDAs, how much they're able to release, how much the kind of projects that they also implement. And we also have another department, a budget tracker that actually tracks constituency projects in states. I think we should be in like 30 or 32 states now. We have state officers that go around the states to look at projects that are being implemented from the budget as well. So we look at state budgets, we analyze their reports and see how they're also performing. Because if you look at it, the state governments are actually closer to citizens than the federal government. And I think the way people pay more attention to federal government and most times ignore state governments. And I feel like it should be the other way around. Because at the end of the day, your first contact is your local government, then your state government before the federal government. So the state government citizens need to hold the state government accountable the way they are holding the federal government accountable. They should not neglect state government. They should, ensure that the way they're following federal government money, budgets, they should follow state money as well.
So sometimes I even wonder if people know that local governments are supposed to prepare their own budgets. Nobody bothers to talk about them because honestly, whether we like it or not, it's a third tier of government. Shouldn't they present and prepare and present their own budgets now to their local people so that they can really see what is coming in, what is going out, and for what?
Of course, ideally they should, but I don't think people remember anything about local governments, right? And that's because, over the years, their money has always come through from the state government. But now that, they fought for this, we fought for local government autonomy over the years. But I'm not sure that citizens understand that their first point of contact is actually the local government. Nobody really pays attention to them. And no matter how little their allocation is, it's actually something, and it's also because at the end of the day, this money belongs to you and I, it belongs to citizens, right? So, but citizens do not even remember local governments most times. And if you look at it, you rarely hear local governments, maybe what they do, you rarely hear them in the news. So I think beyond citizens as well, I would also say our journalists also needs to pay attention to local governments and, report on them, speak about them. And that will give citizens some form of information to educate citizens that, so that our local government is actually, we need to hold them accountable as well. Because local governments also, they owe it to citizens to, talk about what they're doing, talk about their budgets, and, present their budgets to citizens and say, okay, yes, in our local governments, in the world we have with these local governments, this is what we intend to do. These are the projects that we intend to do. This is how much they've allocated to us. But nobody pays attention to local. I mean, people don't even pay attention to state governments like that. So how much more, local governments?
So from overall now, from your analysis of not just the 2026 budget, even previous budgets, 2025, 2024, what would you say are some of the key issues that we need to change about our budgeting system as a whole, so that they can become so that our budgeting system can become more effective and more impactful?
Yeah, so our budgets, there are several issues with our budgets, but I think the first thing I will talk about is fiscal discipline and policy credibility. I think our fiscal discipline, the executive arm of government, they need to strengthen our fiscal discipline. They need to ensure that they prioritize prioritize credible macroeconomic assumptions. They need to ensure that there is strict implementation. That is right. They need to ensure that there is consistency in policy consistency. This will actually, enhance budget effectiveness. Because I think a major, like I mentioned earlier, the major challenge we have in our budget today is our revenue projections, especially when it comes to our revenues, right? And at the end of the day, this exposes us to our budget to fiscal risk. So they need to actually, strengthen that fiscal discipline as well. Then another thing I will say is that they need to look at our capital expenditure efficiency. They need to strengthen that as well. They need to prioritize our capital investment needs to be prioritized. They need to look at, okay, so we have these projects that we want to implement. Let's say they've listed like 50 projects. Then now they need to list them in order of priority. Instead of spreading the money, the little money that we have across 50 projects, can we pick these 20 important projects and spend this whole amount of money on it and ensure that they actually, there is efficiency in what they are doing. They can complete implementation within a short time of period of time, instead of just spreading the money across several projects. Then another thing they need to look at is also when it comes to our ministries, our MDAs, they need to look at their technical capacity and implementation efficiency. They need to ensure that from time to time, the people working in ministries, departments, and agencies are trained. They need to ensure that they have the capacity to actually implement the budget within their MDAs, right? They need to also not just implement the budgets. Civil servants need to adopt what we call results-based budgeting and, of course, put in place performance management systems that we actually, because we need something that will link that's going to link funding to measurable outputs and outcomes. So it's not just us releasing funds. It's not just governments releasing funds for projects now, but can we actually see the impact these projects are having on citizens? What are the outputs? Are these, can we measure the outputs and the outcomes that we are getting from when we are using these funds for implementation of projects, right? Also, I think another thing I will say is that our media, our citizens and citizens, the media needs to keep talking about the budget. They need to keep promoting transparency, keep promoting accountability, and also citizen engagement. I feel like this period, I will say that the citizens are tired and it's expected. Everybody's just struggling to survive, right? But that doesn't mean that we should keep quiet and not say anything when it comes to our budget implementation, right? Because at the end of the day, this thing affects everyone, whether we like it or not. Whether I'm trying to survive in my own little way, you're trying to survive in your own little way, but this affects us generally, right? So we need to, the media needs to keep amplifying transparency, needs to keep applying accountability, and citizens' engagement. Citizens needs to keep calling their governments to their representatives to ask questions. And for now, like I said, this 2026 is very important for us. This is a pre-election year, right? So this is actually the time that we should hold our governments accountable. So many of the people in positions, so they still want to, go for election again, contest again next year. So we see them in our faces a lot this period. I mean, campaign has started in some states, right? So you need to ask critical questions and don't just say, oh, this person has been there, let them just continue. If you feel like another person can perform better than this person, why not? Don't allow anybody to gaslight you and say, oh, I can do this. Then after 4 years, I'm not going to see them again. Right? So the media needs to also people that are data-driven and investigative budget reporting. I feel like the media do not maybe they are getting to be laid back in their reports, the way they talk about budget implementation in their reports. They do not really talk about it again. They do not report about it again. They need to actually bridge the information gap between the government and the citizens, because the media is very powerful, and they need to actually ensure that they use that power to bring governments, to call governments to order, right? To demand transparency from the government. So the media, we need the media to use their data journalism to talk about the budget as well. And I mean, for example, unlike in the past, right, when we released our federal government, our budget analysis, this report was released on Monday. And in the past, from that same Monday, we start getting, media houses that want to talk about the budget, our reports, want to interview us. But today is Thursday, and I can tell you that this is the first interview that we're having on this report. And that tells you that people are not paying attention again, because I was telling a colleague yesterday that it's actually very surprising that nobody has reached out to us. No media house has reached out to us since Monday morning, 7 a.m. that we released this report, right? Which is very, very unusual. So I need the media to, up their game and not be tired, not be relaxed, to, talk about these reports, these figures. And that is how they can actually get citizens to also talk about these things, because they understand it better. And that is why we have taken our time to simplify the budget document. The budget document is over 2,500 pages, and we analyzed everything and now compress it in that report that we have. So I need the media to pick it up and speak about it, talk to citizens, and that is how governments will know that citizens know that they can see what they are doing, and they're not going to just feel like, oh, they can behave anyhow. Because one thing is that if citizens are not saying anything, it is a win for the government.
Yeah, I mean, what you have said, what you have said about the media is certainly not debatable at all. Let's just hope that now that we, as TV360, we've taken this up, let's hope that other media houses will join. But there's no question at all that the media needs to do more than enough, and we're not doing enough on this. But finally, let me ask you this final question. Your report actually talked about insertions by the National Assembly. That has always been a recurring problem. How bad is it in the 2026 budget?
So for the 2026 budget, we have not actually completed, because what we do Like last year, we did a separate document that's actually spoken to.
Hello and welcome to another episode on Startups. I am Tamilore Akinkolie. On this episode, we'll be talking about the automotive industry in Africa, which dates back to the 1950s and consists of the production of passenger cars and commercial trucks. Now, the African automotive market is expected to grow rapidly due to supportive government incentives and increasing urbanization in major countries in the region, which are encouraging infrastructural development in the region, thus creating a positive outlook for the market. Autotrack is an automotive technology development company that builds solutions aimed at enhancing and enabling commerce within the automotive sector. It provides solutions that improves access to auto loans and lots more. The company has helped increase the outlook of the automotive market in Africa. Now let's see how they've helped in growing the automotive industry together.
We're also customizing in terms of our base, our application base. So when we see there's a need for a specific, we nibble enough to actually develop a new product. Over about 2,000 dealers over the continent to make that relationship, make that journey for the customer a lot better. I think the base of success for us is customer service. My name is Van der Merwe. I'm the CEO of AutoCheck Financial Services.
Africa's automobile market is among the most underdeveloped in the world. Apart from South Africa, Morocco, Egypt and Algeria, the automotive market of the continent is considerably small in comparison to elsewhere in the world. To help change the narrative of the continent's automotive industry, AutoCheck is building digital solutions that will enable a seamless and safe automotive commerce experience across Africa.
AutoCheck basically was established as a digital marketplace, bringing, partnering with dealerships, to firstly list their vehicles, inspect their vehicles, and then be the intermediary between the customer, insurance companies, and financiers to actually enable mobility for the customer. The one thing that we wanted to achieve is to enable a mobility solution for all customers, to make the journey in terms of acquiring a vehicle comprehensive and easier. So what we've done is through our marketplace and through our partnerships with dealers, we basically inspect a vehicle, we identify if it's a good vehicle or a bad vehicle, all right? We identify all the issues that's involved in that vehicle. And as we go through the journey, we offer the customer a comprehensive transaction. So that includes tracking, it includes a maintenance plan on that specific vehicle. We include insurance. And then I think one of the competitive advantages that we're building on is to make that journey seamless and quick for the customers.
Running in about 8 African countries, AutoCheck uses technology to transform the automotive buying and selling experience for African consumers by creating a single market for consumers' automotive need, from sourcing and financing to after-sales support and warranties.
But what we've done is we've automated the process very well. We have established ourselves in 8 markets. We've, my real aim was to get the right people in the right positions, to get the systems that would enable, a smooth customer journey, and then thirdly, to look at the process that we implement in the African environment. And I think we've accomplished in a little bit of a year, we've actually accomplished a hell of a lot. We are going to probably announce some of our funding and debt initiatives that we've embarked on a few months ago, and we've been successful in that respect. I think our penetration, our interaction with our dealer partners has gone up threefold. And the fact of the matter is we are going to assist our dealers with new products, with wholesale finance, all those kind of things to actually make this journey better.
In 2022, AutoCheck also launched its financial service, which started to provide a range of financing solutions for customers and business owners. The service partnered with car dealers and other service providers, streamlining the process where they can finance their sales of their vehicles.
As the intermediary, as our marketplace actually interacted with financiers and wanted to promote this mobility offering, we recognize that banks firstly don't understand the asset, the vehicles, and they don't necessarily trust the dealer. So the approval process took a very long time. So there was a gap in the market, gap in the offering, and that is when we decided to actually do financing ourselves. And so the financial business has been going for just about a year, and through that we've obviously we're in most of the markets that our marketplace is in, and off the back of that we finance vehicles for customers.
Partnering with over 2,000 dealers, AutoCheck not only provides a platform where customers can get the perfect vehicle, it also stands as an intermediary between vehicle owners and insurance companies, giving their customers a seamless experience.
I think that is definitely part of what we want to offer. We also customizing in terms of our base, our application base. So when we see there's a need for a specific, we nibble enough to actually develop a new product that suits that market. We obviously working very closely with our dealer base, which is at this stage over about 2,000 dealers over the continent, to make that relationship, make that journey for the customer a lot better. I think the base of success for us is customer service, and to actually enable. I think through that there is a lot of opportunities. There's opportunities in making a better offering in terms of insurance, and better offering in terms of interest rates, and all those kind of things that we're building towards to make this more affordable, easier, and a better experience for all customers out there.
One of the basic challenges the company faces is the low penetration of vehicles and car density in Africa. Unlike every other continent, the African automotive market is relatively small. For a continent with over 1 billion inhabitants, it only occupies 1% of the global new vehicle sales market.
We have a few challenges in Africa. One is a very low credit penetration. As I said, banks, financiers very reluctant to finance assets because they don't understand vehicles. And the second thing is a very low car density in the African environment. So for just some stats, for a continent with over 1 billion inhabitants, it only occupies 1% of the global new vehicle sales market. So, we are a very big continent, and we lagging in terms of new vehicle sales. Then if you have a look at the car density, we about 44 vehicles per 1,000 adults in Africa. Now, that compared to the rest of like Europe and the rest of the world that runs about 180 vehicles per 1,000 adults. Now, also bear in mind that some of these countries like America, Europe, have very good transport systems, where Africa is obviously, as we know, it's lacking. So in terms of that, I think our car density and our credit penetration together is not conducive to a very good market, and that's a gap that we're trying to fulfill.
Looking forward to getting established in other African countries, regardless of their different operational rules, AutoCheck looks forward to harnessing the largely untapped potential in the automotive sector to be a final frontier for automotive growth.
We've established ourselves in 8 countries. That is obviously, it's Egypt, Morocco, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, and Uganda. What we wanted to do is stabilize those countries, okay, and through the main hubs or the main centers, which is around the economic hub. As we build out our offering, we would obviously go into the broader market in those countries and build out our customer base through that. Right now, we have a very diverse and obviously big customer base. I think, as I said, we partner with over 2,000. We've got a footprint of over 2,000 dealers that we deal with, and we list a substantial number of those dealers' vehicles on our marketplace. So from a customer point of view, I think there's obviously the potential in Africa is almost unlimited at this stage, because there's no real solution other than the one that we offer.
With the global value chain already undergoing a shift, AutoCheck not only makes mobility seamless for Africans, but also helps to increase the economic growth and value of the African continent.
Welcome back. For those just joining us in this episode, we are focusing on the automotive industry in Africa. Now, even though there is no accurate data on the number of tricycles in Nigeria, some estimates put the number at over 1 million. And almost all of them are used for commercial purposes to convey passengers from one point to another, and sometimes they are used to convey goods from one point to another. Now, generally, these tricycles run on petrol, but a Nigerian man looks forward to making the mode of transportation electrical. Let's see how far he has gone in his feat.
The difference between this and the regular one is the regular one uses gasoline. That's one. Then secondly, the regular one costs more to operate, because on the average, a user, a driver who drives a tricycle, for instance, spends about 2,000 naira every day on fueling, which is equivalent with the same day that is equivalent to if the driver was using our electric version. He will spend 800 naira instead, which is at over 60% cut in the cost. What Innoson is doing is something great, and that's something that we should encourage more people to come into. My name is Chukwuemeka Eze, and I'm a co-founder of Revive Earth Limited.
Tricycles are simply ubiquitous in the country. There is hardly any part of Nigeria where you don't find tricycles because it has become an important and integral mode of transport in Africa's largest economy. Now, these tricycles run on petrol, but one young Nigerian engineering graduate is on a mission to convert petrol-driven tricycles in the country into electric-powered ones, thereby cutting out the emission from tricycles in the country and at the same time save owners and drivers from spending on petrol.
It has been a dream, a vision to be part of the energy industry. And then the entire vision came with who I've always been. From childhood, I've always been enthusiastic about how stuff works. I always wanted to get hands-on, like to play a role, and like having that feeling of a creator. Revive Earth Limited is a startup, an e-mobility startup that is based in Enugu, Nigeria. And we're focused on making vehicles that are running on gasoline to run on electricity, on pure electricity. And we are doing this with existing vehicles. So we take existing vehicles and we convert them to electric. Existing vehicles are powered by gasoline. And then we have also come up with a kit that can be used to do this. And we are training people already on these skills so that we can have these agents scattered everywhere who are helping us with this retrofitting instead of building factories everywhere.
Learning online and seeing the innovation from the existing electric vehicle organizations, coupled with the depreciating rate in the petrol reserve in Nigeria and the unannounced opportunities in the country, Chukwuemeka saw the future wave in electric vehicles and ventured into it.
Most of the activities in school were not hands-on. They were like mostly theoretical. Even when we go to lab, we were giving scores. We were giving values to go and plot graph and stuff like that. It didn't involve holistic research, and I didn't know what holistic research was. My heart was yearning for it. And I was doing it without even knowing what it was. So I would engage in projects, build circuits that just to feel it, see it work, and have the feeling, that good feeling that I've been able to create something. I always wanted to create things. So right from my third year, it was my second year that I got my own computer. Then I started digging deeper and deeper and deeper through the internet, YouTube, blogs, and all of those things. I started seeing the works of Tesla, the works of all these automobile companies in America, in the whole of Europe. And I was fascinated by the electric vehicles. Then the electric vehicles were already ubiquitous. Tesla was doing a great deal of work, and I saw their work as some serious innovation, something that would be the new world, the new way of transportation. And I quickly saw that there's a future of transportation in it, in the sense that it will be easier to build a robot car that is run on electricity than the one that runs on gasoline.
Seeing himself as a key player in the industry by bringing people out of poverty, Chukwuemeka started by building a power automation tool that helps to optimize the energy consumption of solar systems.
Where I started was to build power automation tools that just help to optimize the energy consumption of solar systems or even regular electricity systems. So that if a consumer were to plug these systems to their houses, they will not have much difficulty in switching from one source to another. And considering that there will be many sources, so that if I wanted to switch from solar to NEPA, I'll do it when I need to do it, when I know that I'm maximizing either of the two. So if there is peak sunlight, I'll switch to solar.
Before conversion of each tricycle, Chukwuemeka and his team ensures that the tricycles are in good working condition to guarantee that the new components added to the new model are fit for people who make use of it.
Inside there, they make ready every kit. There are some components that we need, not just the electric motor or the battery. There's the controller, I told you already, is like an inverter. It's essentially an inverter. So all the testing that connects these components to the electric motor, that connects the battery to the electric motor using these components, they are all tested here inside before they are brought out. So before a vehicle is ready to be worked on, we assess everything. We assess the state of we lose the engine entirely, take it apart and study everything and be sure that the integrity of the components are still intact. If there's any component we need to move out of the engine, we'll move it. Even if those ones are not necessarily the ones that we'll remove entirely. There might be some parts that are weak already, like some gears that have eaten up, their teeth have eaten up, or the fiber may not be very effective anymore. So we replace all of those components on the engine and wash it well, clean it, and sometimes we repaint it as well. And then as well, the vehicle body, because it has been exposed and used for a long time, we also clean up the engine, the entire vehicle, and then make it ready for some fabrication, because there are some fabrication work, some welding, cutting, drilling that goes on inside it before we bring the kit out. So all those like where the battery will sit and where the controller will sit, how the electric motor will couple to the new transmission that we're going to produce after the cleaning, all those things are arranged on the vehicle. The major components in the new system is both the electric motor and the battery. The battery being the power source now, and the electric motor being the engine. So everything that is attached to it is what helps to take the power from the battery in the way it needs to the electric motor, and to ensure that there is adequate control. If I want to speed up, I'm able to do that. If I want to reverse, I'm able to do that. If I want to brake, I'm able to do that, and all of those things. So what we take out essentially is everything that has to do with the combustion system, like the piston and everything that is attached with it, and then all those timing systems to make sure that to connect the ignition, that's the spark plug system, to time it with the engine, the piston, the rotation, and so on. All of those things are removed.
For electric cars to work in any country, then electricity has to be readily available. Unfortunately, Nigeria can't boast of having a constant supply of electricity. In Nigeria, almost 80% of those with access to electricity power gets less than 12 hours a day, and about 47% of the population don't even have access to power at all. And this challenge has made Revive Earth Limited to come up with an electricity charging infrastructure that is not dependent on the current electricity generation in Nigeria.
We've come up with a system now that is not going to be so heavily dependent on the present generated electricity for the country as a whole. We're looking at going into solar and all those other combined renewable energy sources that we can harness and use it to charge, to power the charging stations. We call our charging stations, instead of having large charging stations where you have like multiple stands inside one, we have a simpler version where we can have it distributed across a large area. So instead of having 10 in the place, we have that 10 along at strategic places along a route, or maybe at different routes, and we call it the swapping booth. So these swapping booths will now hold batteries, charged batteries, or they are able to just, if you want, you could just slide in your batteries there and they'll charge, and then afterwards you can take them out from there and continue your business. Or you can come there whenever your battery depletes, and then when you match your battery ID to the battery there on the booth, you're able to take a charged battery and then put your own there, because your own would have been ascertained to match the exact specification of the one in the booth.
Funding the booth, which he plans to put in strategic areas, seems to be a difficult task for Revive Health, and has streamlined their process of production, which involves not getting sophisticated machines for production. According to Chukwuemeka, getting investors would mean getting people who have visions.
The greatest challenge so far has been funding, because most times when you tell people the possibilities here, especially people who tend to see the business aspect, what they really see is the challenge with charging. That we're not able to, we don't even have electricity. Nigeria is only able to generate very low quantity commensurate with the large demand that is currently available, and most of which are domestic demand. So then where we see the limitation now in the project is in the funding for the charging infrastructure. So the challenge now is to actually get funding to set up these booths at strategic places. And then this is going to require individuals as well who believe, who have vision in that area. We've been able to talk with some people in that aspect, but then we've not sealed any deal yet. But that funding aspect is the major challenge, because it also affects our processes. Even though we have been able to streamline some of our processes, we're still not able to get sophisticated machines that allow us to cut production time.
Chukwuemeka's invention has made maintenance of tricycle cost-effective, as they have low maintenance and give zero emission. Chukwuemeka therefore pleads with the government to encourage creative young people like him to push the economy to a better place.
The difference between this and the regular one is the regular one uses gasoline. That's one. Then secondly, the regular one costs more to operate, because on the average, a driver who drives a tricycle, for instance, spends about 2,000 naira every day on fueling, which is equivalent with the same day, that is equivalent to if the driver was using our electric version, he will spend 800 naira instead, which is at over 60% cut in the cost. What Innocent is doing is something great, and that's something that we should encourage more people to come into. As a government, we could encourage young people to come into this by supporting them, if not even giving them money, but making sure that the necessary policies and regulations are put in place.
La estación de Junta está un poco alejada de la ciudad y se ubica en una antigua mina de oro. Uno sabe el montón de datos que existen, además de que se forma una red mundial.
We are on schedule with calibration.
You know the time? I would send today.
Una explosión en cualquier parte del mundo, la red tiene que ser capaz de capturarla. La sismología lo que le va a decir es si es una onda típica de una explosión nuclear. El lugar se lo puede decir con más exactitud. El tipo de magnitud fue tanto, cantidad de kilotón fue tanto, o sea, le va a decir eso. Ha habido mucho cambio de tecnología, entonces eso es uno de los objetivos del CTBTO, construir las capacidades de los países. ¿Y cómo se aprende? Con cursos. Claro que nos ayuda en el trabajo de nosotros aquí. Todas las capacitaciones con programas de localización nosotros usamos para saber cuál es la amenaza que existe en el país.
We live in the global world with global issues, and global issue cannot be dealt with only a handful of countries because they traditionally deal with those technologies. And if you want an issue that's dealt with by the whole planet, you can have a forum where people sit and then a handful make decisions and others follow. In the emerging countries, we need their participation. We need to educate people on this technology that leads to the verification of the CTBT.
Viéndolo en el país, uno se siente solo, pero sabe que es un grupo internacional que le está poniendo punto final a las explosiones nucleares. Para el país es importante que se siga monitoreando y que quiere darle un fin a las explosiones nucleares. Queda uno contento que está contribuyendo para
Hello and welcome. Now, reactions continue to trail the Court of Appeals intervention in the controversial attempt to deregister the African Democratic Congress, ADC, and 4 other political parties ahead of the 2027 elections. The appellate court halted the enforcement of federal high court judgment, ruling that it cannot be implemented due to an earlier order staying proceedings in the matter. The African Democratic Congress and other affected parties are describing the decision as a temporary relief, while legal observers say it has restored procedural order in the case. Now, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, had been challenging aspects of the ruling through appeal processes. The Court of Appeal has now adjourned the matter until June the 25th for hearing of the substantive appeal, as reactions continue to grow over the political and legal implications of the case. Now, for context, the Constitution actually provides for the deregistration of a political party under certain conditions. Section 225A of the 1999 Constitution, as amended, actually lists the conditions to include 1, breach of any of the requirements for registration; 2, failure to win at least 25% of votes in A, one state of the Federation in a presidential election; B, one local government of the state in a governorship election; C, failure to win at least one ward in the chairmanship election. Now, it is this provision that those who went to court to demand the registration of these political parties are anchoring their case on. The question is, if INEC did not make the move to deregister these political parties all this while, should some other groups now be making the move? Joining me now from Abuja to give his own reaction to all of this is Adan Salihu, who is Secretary of the League of Northern Democrats, of course, the chieftain of the EDC. Thank you very much for coming on the program, and thanks for your time. Let me get your own reaction to this. We know there is some sort of politics in this, but then isn't this a case of those who have gone to court now, using a legal loophole now to come after these political parties? Because, I mean, the provision in Constitution is quite clear.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you for having me, David. Good to see you again. Let me start by saying that, when you contextualize this whole scenario, it's mind-boggling that at a time when the nation is facing severe challenges in both, our democratic culture and in politics, we're trying to internalize our politics. We're trying to upgrade the way we practice politics. We're trying to scale up all the, issues that are contained in politics, the issues of campaigns, elections, stakeholding, and boom, you have a group that is not in any way structured to prioritize the issues of patriotism in politics, the issues of, growing the polity, and the issue of, if you like, upgrading governance to a scale where government and, politics, they combine to give the nation a break from the situation of insecurity, poverty, lack of jobs, and what have you. Instead, you have a group that is interested in just truncating, the aspirations of a political party or 4 political parties. And you ask them, what is the motive? Who are behind? Who is behind these activities? And then you press the button and answers pop up. A certain Leke Agbejide and another person who is also who works directly with the chief of staff to the president, Honorable Bajamia Mila, and then you have the Attorney General of the Federation in a state of legal somersault. He's in one zone today, the next day he is in the other zone. And you now look at it and you ask yourself, why are these things happening? And the simple answer is that they are all working in chorus, in tandem, in consonance with the ambition of the APC to insist on having a one-man show, a one-man road, a one-man presidency in 2027. That is having President Bola Tinubu contesting against himself. And so all these things are being done, Deji, not necessarily because of any patriotic altruism. No, because they are done because people are working to make sure that the APC does not contest with robust political opposition in 2027. And we ask the question, Deji, why are they afraid of facing Nigerians? You're not facing the ADC. You're not facing the African Democratic Congress or the Accord Party. No, you are facing an opposition. And in the definition of, in both theory and practice of democracy, it is a government of the people, for the people, by the people, and so let the people decide. You cannot sit down in the chambers of, Asorok or at the headquarters of the APC and predetermine the destiny of Nigeria. I think the political destiny of Nigeria is in the hands of Nigerians. And so what we are seeing in the ADC is that let there be a level playing field. Let there be, a situation in which in all campaigns and elections in 2027, let there be that equilibrium, if like equity, out there, where every party can contest as an equal partner. Let the people decide. What you have now is a contraption that is being set up to ambush that process.
But
and
then let
the
me ask
ADC
you,
and all other opposition parties will resist it.
But then if you looked at the provision of the Constitution, that's section 225A, wouldn't you say that these political parties, including the ADC, itself, actually run foul of that provision of the Constitution? And that, that is what it's an advantage they're using against the ADC and these 3 other political parties, because the Constitution is pretty clear on what should happen to political parties if they do not meet a setting threshold in an election.
Yes, the Constitution is not a chain. The Constitution is not a roadblock. And the Constitution does not necessarily, it operates both in letter and in spirit. And the same Constitution, set up the mechanism that is called, the structure is called the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. And the same Constitution gives INEC the power to register or to deregister a political party. It gives INEC the power of oversight in aggregating via monitoring and evaluation the strength and weaknesses or weakness of any political party. And based on that SWOT analysis, INEC is empowered by the same Constitution to prioritize its analysis and either choose to maintain a political party, drop it, or to register a new one altogether. And so INEC has spoken. INEC has said, look, the ADC especially that I speak for, is good to go as far as they are concerned. And so you ask Nigerians, you can also ask me like you did. You can ask Nigerians and ask Leke Agbeje and the group, they are parading. Is INEC, are they over and above, the structure that we called Independent National Electoral Commission? Are they better than INEC? Are they better suited? Do they have a structure? Do they have any monitoring team to go around the country and come up with, cogent analysis with the demographics to show that any of these parties do not merit recognition, or if you like, registration, or they should not continue as they are? And the answer is simple. They won't do that because they neither have the capacity nor the capability. They don't have the integrity nor the the sincerity to go out and do that. Because if they choose to do that, they will come up with the answers right at their face, at their faces, and the answers will be simple. But you don't even need to take that route. And but
then the Constitution is pretty clear. I mean, does the Constitution, going by the provision of the Constitution now, does it give INEC the leeway to decide, whether to apply that law or not? I'm just asking. You look at the provision.
Yes,
that
it does.
provision.
It does.
Are you saying it gives
if
INEC
you read the Constitution and the relevant extant laws, AG, it is clear that INEC has the right to use its own discretion. The key word in that provision is discretion. So the discretionary powers of the Independent National Electoral Commission to register, to delete, or to maintain a political party cannot be questioned. And that discretionary power is not what the courts can decide for INEC. Because that is what the rules say. Anybody that looks at, like B and C of the items you read out under the relevant section of the Constitution, yes. Leke Agbeje, a member of the House of Representatives, was selected under the platform of the African Democratic Congress. And we had a member of the State Assembly, and I think a chairman of a local government. Now, what reason does anybody have to say, okay, you will deregister the ADC? And you have, about 9 senators and several members of the House of Representatives that have decamped officially to this party. Now, if you are a Nigerian, you look at the spirit of the law, look at the spirit of the Constitution, and you look at the optics, and you aggregate the numbers and the conventions, the primaries, and the millions upon millions of people that have come out to give support to the African Democratic Congress. And because you think you can exploit the Constitution, you think you can stop this moving political train. Anybody that dares to stop this moving political train is actually putting the political destiny of this country at risk. I can tell you that Nigerians are very patient people, but let us not misunderstand or mistake our patience as a people, or even our patience as a party, for being, unable to hit the right chord at the right time. Look, let there be no sparking plug in this whole process, Deji. Let Nigerians be allowed to participate freely. Let political parties walk through the corridors of conscience before the people. Let the system operate in a manner that the people decide. Look, when you walk back 10 years ago, my brother, 15 years ago, even 20 years ago, who cares about, a party either being registered or not registered? People were concerned about the major parties that were on and the minor parties that had their way. I mean, the major parties have their say and the minor parties have their way. That is the culture of democracy. But then, as we gravitate towards 2027, with a government that is failing on all fronts, with a government that has brought anger and anguish and poverty and insecurity, I thought a greater conversation between us and between and amongst Nigerians, and the debates and the dialogue should be on the issues of what? Insecurity and issues of prosperity and jobs. Nigerians should be concerned because, look, 120 million Nigerians or more are, facing extreme poverty.
I can understand you. I mean,
70% of youth are unemployed.
We always have.
I thought
but
politics by now, sorry, Deja, I can't hear you.
Yes.
But let me land. I thought politics by now should be premised on or anchored on addressing these core issues, not on a political party that everybody sees that is the biggest political movement in Nigeria. If you try to kill it, then you are killing democracy.
You think the ADC is the biggest political movement in Nigeria? What would you say about the NDC then?
No, the NDC is an offshoot. Is an offshoot of the ADC. If you remove Kwankwaso and Peter Obi on a national scale, the NDC becomes less than a paper tiger.
Well, some people would argue that if you remove Atiku Abubakar from the NDC, it becomes more or less a paper tiger as well.
No, as we speak now, that question of even Atiku Abubakar being removed from the ADC should not arise, because we've already hit, literally we are we are at the starting point of the ballot box, and the Atiku Abubakar, factor and the Rotimi Amechi factor cannot in any way be compared to the scenario you have in the NDC, where you have two stretch bedfellows that have put themselves together, seeking for power, if you like, moving from
that argument can be stressed further, because we can also argue that
they can't win.
Yeah, we can also argue that Atiku Abubakar and Rotimi Amechi are actually strange bedfellows as well, because, their ideas actually don't converge, and they've always disagreed on so many issues. So it's even quite a surprise that Rotimi Amechi has accepted to serve as the running mate to Atiku Abubakar. No,
you see, let me see if I can remember the issues very well. I'll try. Remember when Atiku Abubakar was the vice president, Rotimi Amechi was the speaker, I think, of River State House of Assembly for 8 years, and during which time, their own journey of understanding in politics and cooperation started. When eventually Rotimi Amechi became a governor for 8 years, they interfaced, they related, they agreed on so many issues. And in politics, everybody has the right, to say. You don't expect that in the process of competition and in the process of a race, there wouldn't be issues of contradiction. There will be. But then there comes a time when the competition is over, when the race is done and dusted, the winner and those who did not make it, they put themselves in a room and talk about the greater picture, hitting the bull's eye. And the greater picture to me, and to Atiku Abubakar and Rotimi Amechi, I believe, is how do you provide leadership at a time, that Nigeria is in their need, their needs, in their straits, and in not in a pole position to guarantee the security, the welfare, and well-being of the life of Nigerian citizens. So you jettison, you set aside your differences. You look at the greater picture of a country that is in need of leadership. You look at a country that must be saved from, economic and political and leadership attrition, and you prioritize that based on your own patriotic zeal and demeanor, to say, okay, we may have had differences of opinion, which is normal, but now this is Nigeria before us. We must put our differences together, confront the issues, give a roadmap on how to rescue Nigeria, on how to reposition, reset, and get Nigeria going. That is what Atiku Abubakar has displayed in bringing, Rotimi Amechi to, be his running mate.
All right.
And like I said, this is a perfect combination for the ADC, and we are good to go.
Yes, we will have the time to discuss that ticket, but let's go back to these your legal issues now. With benefit of hindsight, would you say, that you should, I mean, including, I'm talking about the current leadership now, including yourself, Atiku Abubakar and others, that you should have done a proper due diligence before adopting the ADC as, the vehicle on which, in which you, Vice President Atiku Abubakar, now former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, intends to run in 2027. Because as we speak now, you have this issue of deregistration in court. You also have the other issue that has not been sorted out about the leadership of the party. That is also in court. So you have two very important cases in court, and this could be some sort of distraction, if you like. And you look at all of this. Don't you think you should have done? Probably the former vice president should have done a proper due diligence before, pitching tent with the ADC.
You see, distraction in politics is sometimes the name of the game. And it's done deliberately to truncate and to put, obstacles on your course. But then we understand this game properly, and we've been in it. Our leaders have been in it, decades upon decades, and they understand the characters and their shenanigans when it comes to the issues of, distraction. Now, for 2 years, Deji, our leaders, from Chief Nwosu, the erstwhile leader, the chairman of the ADC, to Senator David Mark, Rotimi Amechi, El-Rufai, and I can go on and on. For 2 years, our leaders have done their due diligence on this structure called the ADC. And we perfected our game plan in a manner that we ticked all the boxes. And Nigerians know that the current legal cases that we are facing are legal cases that are not only sponsored or masterminded by the APC, they are supported by, the presidency. Like I said at the beginning of the program, Late Agbejide and his group, they are in one section with the Conference of so-called, political former legislators association, whatever. And then you have the Nafiu Gomi guy, whom we have consistently shown beyond any reasonable doubt that he's not only an impostor and somebody that is sponsored, but he's somebody that is totally untrustworthy, a pathological liar, if you want to say, because he signed a document. He was in the congregation that transferred power from the UNSU leadership to David Mark. He was a signatory to all of this. And then he got out of his tracks.
Even though he's denied that anyway.
Went to court. And Deji, let me ask you and ask Nigerians. In every state of the Federation, you have offices, you have structures, you have leadership of the ADC under David Mark. There is no corresponding structure by Nafiu Gombe or any other group in any state of the Federation. They only exist in the parochial thoughts of people who work day in, day out to not only ambush the ADC, but to also truncate democracy in Nigeria. And when you look at this, and you look at even the court cases that we are facing, they started with the status quo ante bellum. It ran up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court restored the leadership of David Mark and said, look, go back to the same court to...
Yeah, of course, the case is still in court.
To sort out this problem. But you see, what the Supreme Court did was to anchor its own judgment, unanimous decision, to say that ADC is an existing political party and should be treated as such. The following day, in fact, that same day, INEC returned the leadership of the ADC to its backbone. As we speak now, the leadership of the fact that Nafiu Gombe, as a one-man riot squad and his cohorts, have not been uploaded in any official platform of INEC, tells you that ADC is good to go, and also tells you that everything that is playing out in the courts today are done specifically to undermine the ADC, to slow us down, to make sure that we don't gather any momentum going forward in 2027. But that will not happen.
All right, I think we just have to leave it there. Thank you so very much for your time. We just see how it all goes.
Hello and welcome to 360 Health on TV360 Nigeria. This is where we break down complex health issues, explore medical insights, and share practical tips to help you live healthier and stay informed. I am your host, Joy Uchejem. Now let's begin with news stories in the health sector. France has recorded its first confirmed Ebola infection after a medical doctor who recently traveled from the Democratic Republic of Congo tested positive upon return. The case marks the first instance of the virus being detected on French soil during the ongoing outbreak, which has also spread to Uganda. Health authorities noted that while France previously treated Ebola patients during the 2014 West Africa outbreak, those cases were diagnosed outside the country before transfer. The French Health Ministry confirmed the development, stating that it had identified a first positive case of Ebola virus disease on national territory. Now, the Ebola outbreak in eastern Congo has now surpassed 1,000 confirmed cases, with officials reporting 254 deaths as of the last weekend. Congo's Ministry of Health confirmed 1,003 cases and 100 recoveries since the epidemic was declared on May 15th in Ituri province. Caused by the rare Bundibugyo virus, for which no vaccines or treatments currently exist, the outbreak is among the worst recorded in its initial phase. Officials admit that more cases may remain undetected and that the peak is still ahead. Contact tracing remains a major challenge, with local authorities achieving more than 55% coverage. And now in Nigeria, the federal government has inaugurated a presidential task force on Ebola virus disease preparedness as part of efforts to sustain Nigeria's zero-case status and strengthen the country's capacity to respond to potential outbreaks. Speaking at the inauguration at the State House, the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, who chairs the task force, says there are currently no reported cases of Ebola in Nigeria. He said the government is intensifying preventive measures to ensure the country remains free of the disease, while positioning Nigeria to take a leading role in epidemic preparedness and response across Africa. Now let's break down the facts about Nigeria's preparedness efforts to maintain the nation's zero-case status. I am now being joined by Assistant Professor at the First Moscow State Medical University, Dr. Angel Consuelo. Thank you for joining us. Now, the head of Nigeria's NCDC recently said Nigeria is about 59% ready to combat any Ebola outbreak. What does that mean in practice? What key factors and indicators are used to determine whether a country is truly prepared to detect and contain as well as manage an Ebola outbreak?
Right, thank you for the question. So when NCDC, the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, or any public health official says a country is 59% prepared, they're referring to how prepared they are, not the actual measure of safety. It means they have the good systems in place that are working, but there still remains some gaps. So Ebola preparedness is evaluated by laboratory capacity, well-trained healthcare workers, isolation and treatment facilities, amongst many other, evaluation steps. So in practical sense, being 59% ready could mean they have a well-functioned laboratory and emergency facility or structure, but perhaps a lack of trained healthcare workers. However, the real test of preparedness is how quick a country can identify the first case, isolate the patient, track contacts, and prevent, transmission.
Now, beyond being 59% ready, what concrete steps should Nigeria take immediately to close the remaining preparedness gap?
So, Nigeria has valuable experience from successfully containing the 2014 Ebola outbreak, famously thanks to Dr. Ameyo Adedovo and her team. However, preparedness requires constant investment. So there are several actions I believe can be prioritized, like healthcare facilities across all states should be able to rapidly identify any suspected areas, any suspected cases, right? Doctors, nurses, laboratory personnel, and healthcare workers should receive regular training, like robust regular training. diagnostic laboratories should have sufficient amount of equipment to test samples rapidly and safely. There should also be increase of PPEs, that is personal protective equipment like masks, goggles, face shields, what else? And disinfectants, right? So there should also be strengthened border control and like travel surveillance by maintaining screening protocols at entry points. Finally, or maybe not yet finally, there should be an enhancement of public information. Like my motto is, there is nothing to be feared, just understood. I believe enlightening the public about the outbreak reduces any fear and misinformation. Well, finally, I think we should simulate an actual outbreak. I think there's a lot that can be done, but let's just use these few. There should be a simulation of an actual outbreak. This would help to identify gaps of unpreparedness.
Now, with Ebola cases reported in Eastern Africa and one case in France now, what specific steps should ordinary Nigerians take right now to protect themselves? And what early warning signs should people actually look out for? And what is the most important thing to do if they suspect exposure?
Right, thank you for the question. So for Nigerians, the immediate risk is low, but we should still remain on our toes. So you mentioned prevention steps, early signs, and what to do when exposed. Prevention steps are hygiene. Regular hygiene should be practiced. Avoid contact with any bodily fluids like semen, like sweat, Do not travel to affected regions, but if you must, seek medical attention if any symptoms arises. Avoid handling dead bodies with protection. Follow updates, firstly and primarily from NCDC and other public health organizations like Ms. Niniolo Soloye's public health organization in respect of our hero, Dr. Adedova, and avoid misinformation from social media, especially social media or any other platform. So for the signs to look out for: sudden fever, severe weakness, headache, muscles or joint pain, and sore throat. Now, if there's vomiting, diarrhea, bleeding of any kind, or being easily bruised, that would mean that there's a progression of the disease and immediate medical attention is needed. It is important to mention that these symptoms resemble typhoid fever, malaria, influenza, COVID, and many other common diseases. My advice is to interrogate the patient if they've been to affected areas and to perform a PCR or antigen detection test to confirm suspicion. Now, if exposure is indeed suspected, I recommend DSN. D, do not panic. S, seek immediate medical attention, and N, notify health authorities as soon as possible. Early isolation, testing, and monitoring can protect both the individual and the wider community. The sooner public health teams are alerted, the greater the chance of preventing further spread.
Yes, now, when we look at the rising number of Ebola cases in Congo and other East African countries, one thing is clear: prevention, vigilance, and rapid response remains critical in managing the public health threats. A big thank you to our guest, Assistant Professor at the First Moscow State Medical University, Dr. Angel Consuelo, for sharing valuable insights. And that wraps up today's edition of 360 Health on TV360 Nigeria. I am Joy Ucheje. Until next time, stay healthy.